Hello, everybody, and welcome to Epic Boon Productions. My name is Raw, and from the comfort of my living room in the quaint Scandinavian country of Denmark, I have the honor of being your dungeon master for tonight. It is my privilege to welcome you and my lovely players here to this great premiere of one of the first FoundryVTT actual play live streams of Dungeons & Dragons 5th edition. We are live tonight on Twitch, and the session will be recorded, edited, and posted on our website, epicboon.net, and on our YouTube channel, Epic Boon. Links will be in the bio. And, we are proud to present the premiering episode of Epic Boon's high-level campaign, Stormsovercerenar.
Whoa.
And, perfect, guys. Just fucking nailed that one, yeah. The ding-dongs you just heard in the background is the cast of our show. So without further ado, from the ex-EU country of the UK, playing Orst, the Imperial Archaeologist, we have Alex Barker. Welcome, Alex.
Yeah, hello. That's 3 times. Hi, how are you? Good.
Perfect.
Cool.
Great. Welcome, Alex. And from the great Nutmeg state of the US of A, we have playing Sophis, the intrepid tabaxi explorer of derelict ruins, Evan. Welcome, Evan.
Hello.
And then, from literally 4 kilometers away from my home, playing Bjorn, the Norse hero of legends, judge of the North, the White Bear himself, and my old high school buddy, Jonas Olsen. Jonas, welcome.
Hey, guys.
And then, of course, from the northern shores of Germany, playing the magically charismatic bard Theus, the foil of anything serious we try to do in this company, our own little songbird, Leon. Welcome, Leon.
Welcome, and everything here is scripted.
Yeah, right now it is, at least. And last but not least, from the frozen wastes of Maple Storyland, playing Dungle, the arcane know-it-all and purveyor of all things arcane, the one and only man with 3 first names, Morgan Tanner Donald. Welcome, Tanner.
Welcome to Canada, everybody.
Welcome. Collectively, we have more than 50 years of experience both in front of and behind the DM screen, and we're here to play a great character-driven campaign of D&D, and hopefully entertain all of you in the process. So, without further ado, I would love to welcome you to a tale, ancient secrets and sleeping gods, as we embark upon a journey of epic proportions. Behold Cerenar, a continent of humanoid ingenuity and order, in which the lands of elves, dwarves, men, and dragonborn have known peace for nearly 3 decades. Here, the gods have been rejected in more than 2,000 years, since Arkan the Great and his conventicle of mages broke the chains of the divine servitude. Now, only the north remains faithful. The south looks with worrying distrust to the thousands who have pledged themselves to the alien beings that call themselves the Aesir. From the tranquil pillar in the middle of the battle-sent sea, the conventicle of Arkan has protected the peoples of Cerenar against corruption and infiltration of other planar beings, and govern all magic from the Chthonian Imperium in the east to the Hajari Emirates in the west. But something stirs in the bedrock of Khan's Kalar, the Sand Sea, where a young archaeologist, after years of toil, has found what he was looking for. An ancient tomb, Khan's Pazadar, predating any known civilizations, has been dug forward from the sands. Here, 5.5 fates shall be intertwined, and an ancient secret shall cast out upon the pillars on which the world rests. Welcome to Storm over Cerenar.
Hype.
And with that, let us get into our first little picture scene here, as we behold the grand desert of Kanskalar, the yellow-reddish dunes that will slowly nest themselves up towards the great steel peaks. And we get closer and we see a dig site, the myriad people running around, shovels in hand. And in the middle of that dig site, we see a tent with the imperial colors of the Chthonian Imperium, red and yellow. And if we go inside there, in the midday sun, the heat boiling down, we see an elf in there. So Alex, why don't you tell us who we are actually seeing?
You are seeing a average height for an elf, maybe around 6 foot, short-ish, shorter than most elves, blonde, almost white hair, looking very sweaty, bit like me at the moment. sort of just in desert linens, essentially, and a pair of sturdy boots. There's probably a particularly peeved dig site worker who's just kind of having been ordered to fan him, just kind of at the side of the tent, just flapping warm air at him. Looking over a table of various finds, with a Kalari, I believe, archaeologist, probably in deep conversation with him. I should also point out his name is Oust, but yes.
Yes. And you're looking at a piece of pottery. What are you saying about this piece?
So I'll probably be saying, Riyadh, here's the thing. This could be of massive historical value. I'm not sure whether this is either the offering bowl of some kind of great temple in ages gone by, or entirely possibly it's a bedpan. Either way, the historic significance of this could be fantastic. It really could.
Yeah, and in front of you, you see Rihad of Green Orchard. He's your opposite on the Kalarian side of the archaeological dig here. As he's looking at you with this piece of pottery, and he says, "A bedpan. What do you take me for, a fool? Do you see the carvings, Sati?"
Well, I mean, we really don't know enough about Kalari toilet habits at this point. It's entirely possible. But as we say, it could be an offering bowl. It's entirely possible. We can't see any staining, so And let's hold out for that, shall we?
As you're saying that, you can hear the small thump of a note appearing in your scroll case. Well,
speaking of bedpans, perhaps you'd excuse me for a moment, and I will kind of just
of
the
course,
water out here. It's a bit, I will dart out of the tent and try and find somewhere fairly secluded.
You go out, you see like a bunch of archaeological dig workers just walking around. They look at you as you bolt out of the tent. Outside of one of, and one of outside of your tent, you see one of the legionaries that you have that are a part of your mission here. One who is looking at you is, and I will just here. It's legionary. No, it's Secundus Abane, the second in command. Looks at you. I'm sure everything all right.
Yes, just having the old morning constitutional. Just popping to the outhouse. Sure, you've got everything under control here, though. So
I'm literally watching people running around in a desert. I don't think it could become any more bleak than this, sir. But whatever you need, I'll keep your tent safe and secure from all of these barbarians until you get back.
I'm sure you will. Okay, I'll see you in a moment.
And out of your the corner of your eye, when you look around, you see him laughing a bit under his breath as Rihad comes out with this very possibly a bedpan in his hands, looking flustered, and he just takes up a small flask and he takes a swig and he keeps on his post there in the Kalari desert. And you go through the dig and you find a secluded place behind a couple of tents and some equipment.
Okay, I will do a brief check, make sure there's nobody about, and I will unscrew the top of the scroll case and take a look at
there's a new piece of paper down there, gently folded and tied with a piece of string.
And I will undo the string and then unravel the parchment. Is it the same handwriting that it has been previously?
It is precisely the same handwriting that you recognize for all of the letters you have written yourself.
Yes. Cool. Okay. Right. And what have you got for me today, then? And I will read the parchment.
You open up the small scroll and you see in a very this time it changes from time to time, but this time it's very punctual kind of note form, and it says, "Newcomers arriving. The White Bear and some bard is coming. The Tranquil Pillar might be running interference. check your bases.
Oh,
We're all doomed.
Emperor's hairy ass. Okay. Right. I will hastily screw up the note and put it in my my trouser pocket.
Alright.
And then return the scroll case to my side and sort of hastily go back into my tent and begin in earnest trying to clean up the multitude of various texts that may or may not be not entirely in line with the conventicle.
So
and also
all
make sure
kinds of-
any of my notes are safely stored away.
All right. So all of these kind of religious texts and things and notes that you have found for many years of just digging around across the continent are just gently being hidden away. Okay. And with that, we will zoom out away from the desert until we go to the east, and we fly across the desert, then brief patch of green fields. We see the city of Ravenport, and then in the middle of the Battlesand Sea, on a floating island, rising over the pillars below, Arkan's Hand, and upon that, the Tranquil Pillar, the premier and only University of Magic and the center of all magic governance in Cerenar. And we go around and we get into the halls of hurried students and people doing various kind of experiments, and lots of alchemy blowing up in people's faces, and a lot of stars and robes. And then we go into a classroom, and upon the blackboard is written Theoretical Arcana 201. And who do we see there, Tanner?
Well, you see a tiny little fellow, just over 3 feet tall, less than 40 pounds, black hair, blue-black hair, dark eyes, clad in tiny robes, with a book strapped to his back and a large bag, well, large for a gnome, that drags behind him. You see Nongol, the wizard.
Right. And I will just find a picture of that on us. Very well. As we see one of the classrooms in the Emerald Ankh, we see a lot of seating areas around a dais. It's not a large classroom where students approved by their academy sit to hear lectures on the practice of magic and the arcane. But today is a different day. The professor that usually would hold this time slot is not there. And instead we have this small gnome here with, you say, wildly dark hair. And the students, they mill in and they look and they are talking amongst themselves, trying to figure out who you are and what you're doing here. Do you say anything?
So the tiny little man goes and walks behind what you would consider a podium. He stacks one box and then another on top of that box just to get up to kind of see over top of it. It's very short, very small folk, gnomes. He looks towards the classroom and yells, "Silence!" And
you just hear the whole classroom erupt with moans and quiet objections, and then as they see who actually is standing by the blackboard, and like they hesitantly calm down, and after a moment the floor is yours, as you would say.
Your regular scheduled teacher had a mishap with a specific spell of necromantic proportions, and I will be taking over for the lecture today. I am Nongol, High Research of the Arcane here in the Enclave.
And like a lot of people, like they look to each other, the students here, and some of them looks exasperated. Like, you have probably seen a lot of these people before, but you don't remember any of them. But they are not too happy to see you. That's for sure.
Yeah, for a guy working in this place, he really doesn't really care about the students.
Oh, well.
Anyways, Nongol will start his lecture on one of the most basic principles of magic. Attribute 1, magic keeps up and binds the fabric of reality together. Attribute 2, magic binds the planes together, but simultaneously keeps them separated. This theoretically means two things. Magic is both physical and metaphysical, what in common life circles would be called spiritual, and the nature of its being changes depending on how one observes it. As a logical consequence, we are commonly determined as magic connects the physical and metaphysical realms, but they're tied to the planes of the immaterium that connects them together.
Like if you see, like in the behind, a few students are just like packing up their things and leaving as quietly as possible.
Yeah, what he's teaching here for a 201 class, this is basic entry level stuff, but he's going over it anyways. He likes to hear the sound of his own voice. He continues. Thus, this would mean magic is intricately connected to life, and especially silent, thinking beings. It is therefore a trait of sentience itself, the capacity to feel, perceive, or experience subjectivity. That enables magic to express through a creature, and to that the ability to reason and imagine things that are not real. And now we arrive at a fully competent practitioners of the arcane arts.
As you're rambling off this very basic kind of theoretical level of what magic actually is, you see at the entrance to the teacher's room, you see a large half-orc woman wearing like a rose-colored robes with like a purple trim, and it has stars and moons on it. And you can recognize this as Burger Jorgensnart, who is your handler for the shield.
Naga will look surprisingly at her, like, oh my god, it's her. And then continue on. The distinction is quite simple. A sentient being capable of feeling and experiencing subjectivity can shape the fabric of magic and reality in a way that is congruent with its being. Example, the way a winter wolf found in the Duchy of Morin can spout a coat of cold from its maw, or a troll regenerates quickly from injuries. Whilst both these creatures are wholly incapable of critical thinking and imagining things that, in fact, does not yet exist, they are still capable of practicing arcana. On the other hand, a being with reason such as human, elf, dragonborn, or crocker can actively shape the fabric of reality to create a previous imagined, non-existent phenomena to appear.
You see some more students, like they're just leaving, or some of them have completely turned out, or they are just like playing small games with each other. And you see a Burga. She has a couple of books in her hands, and she like taps her wrist, like indicating that she's in a hurry.
Nongo just waves a finger at her, kind of asking her to just wait a second while he finishes his lecture.
She nods.
At this time, Nongo starts to realize that people maybe aren't paying attention. They're kind of leaving. So frustratedly, it is the same connection between the physical and metaphysical, between the physical form of the brain, the reasoning of raw power of the mind, and the metaphysical power of the soul, that the sentient thinking beings can exert the power that in renegade mythos from far past was reserved for gods. Creation itself, the power of life and death, matter and energy. The body channels it, the spirit connects it to us, and the mind shapes it. As he looks over the crowd that's departing.
Yeah, they're just like dwindling numbers. Students are paying no interest in you. Only talking about like in amongst themselves. And you can see that you are completely not being heard or respected by these teenagers that are just like completely not paying attention to.
All right, looking over at Burga, the small gnome's face is getting red. He's getting frustrated. And I expect a full 50-page report on the way the different attributes of magic can be utilized and when we should guard ourselves from it when using it. Due tomorrow, with proper citations from official sources.
And like you see all of these people as they register what you just told them, look at you in horror, and you see a young woman looking at you with like blonde curly hair, and she's just mouthing the words "what the fuck" at you, and like people are just staring in disbelief at Nongo.
Class dismissed.
Okay, people are leaving. Like they're not in a good mood right now. As Burger Jorgensnart, like towering over the students, like goes through the people trying to get out, and goes over to you, and she just like she looks at you, and she says, "Well, you really know your theoretical arcana, huh?"
Of course I do. I'm a researcher here, am I not?
Just impresses me how smart you are every time. It just takes my breath away sometimes. And she like looks dreamily at you. Oh yeah, by the way, and she takes out like a small folded piece of paper from one of the books and she just hands it to you. And like, yeah, what do you do as she's handing this piece of paper to you?
Noggle looks at the paper in disbelief, hoping it's not like some sort of like invite to something. Burgess seems to be always inviting Noggle out to places, and he never wants to go. Maybe it's just that again. So Noggle kind of roll his eyes, expecting it to be that, and he'll open it up and take a read.
And when you take the piece of paper, you can just feel a few fingers on your hand. As she slowly takes her hand away from yours, just feeling the back of your hand there, and she looks at you and says, "Can't pass it, Noggle. It seems like they have opened something that we're not sure what is. They need you there to scout it out. The shield is going on alert from now, actually."
Interesting. Well, very well, Burger. I will take a look, and this is the missive, I assume, as he waves the paper in front of her.
Yeah, it is. So I was thinking maybe after you come back from the desert, maybe you would have the time. I'm not sure. Like, oh, no, that's stupid. Never mind. She just turns around and walks away.
Noggle joyfully jumps off of his boxes with the missive in his hand, just thinking, "Okay, finally, I gotta get out of here again." Oh.
Right. And then, like, when you open up the missive, you just see it's notes. This is just pure data, right? It's not a long letter. It just says, like, it gives you the position of Camps Pasadar somewhere in the Kans-Kalar Desert, and it says that there's an archaeological dig. It's a joint dig between the Chthonian and the Kalari people. You have been in contact with the archaeologist in charge over there, a young man the name of Aust, who were a bit worried about some other planar influences, but it seems like now they're sure and they need you there. And they say that the teleportation room is ready for you at your convenience.
Oh, I love that room.
So
Noggle will head up and he'll bamf off to Cairns.
Right, you gather up your things and you go to the teleportation rooms and you just see this long hall of just jars with dirt and rocks in it. And then there's just offshoot hallways where you can see teleportation circles out in the periphery, and you see like scribes keeping meticulous track on who's going where, and if they have a lot of physical objects that connects them to the rest of the continent. As you find the right place and you get snapped out of reality, and boom, you appear back in a small place in the desert. Turn to go to Noggle later, as we again zoom out away from the tranquil pillar, a bit more north now, to a middling town in the northern kingdom, close to Tandor, where we see two men walking side by side, entering some city gates. And Jonas, the first man, the largest one of them, can you please tell me what do we see when we perceive him?
Yeah, you all see this bear of a man, a large man with broad shoulders. Down his back and on his head, he wears this bear pelt, this white bear. That's the first thing you notice. The second thing is his eyes. They are cold as ice, to reference the foreigners. But in them you also see the glimmers of the northern lights. This man is the reincarnation of ice. He walks with heavy steps through the snow. His eyes are fixed on his path.
Right, and as Bjorn is looking around, he's seeing the telltale signs of the winter solstice. You see small decorations everywhere, and it is very it's very evident to Bjorn that this is it is a poor town. They don't have many sacrifices to make for the gods, as like judging from what they are putting out to sacrifice tonight. But you are traveling with another man, a significantly smaller man. And who do we see there?
So you see a man, a dark-skinned, around 5'5" tall, man, curly black hair, dark eyes. He has what seems to be almost like it looks like a Arabian carpet over his shoulders, which is like more like a mantle. Like all of his attire seems to be straight out of 1001 Arabian Nights. Currently, he's flipping through some cards. He is looking around the town, and you would probably estimate he is in his mid-20s, probably.
Do you talk to each other, say anything to each other as you are entering this middling town with the paltry Yuletide sacrifices and the doors?
I'm looking for a place where a lot of people gather, because every time we enter a town, Jon, you know what I have to do? Spread your name, and what better place than, well, what's actually the best open plaza that we have here?
Well, as you're entering from the city gates, you see a lot of canals kind of going around, and you're walking like on the main street, with that just goes across these places here, and you can see up ahead, maybe 200 meters ahead of you, there's like a main plaza where you see a bunch of like merchants kind of packing up for the night. It's like the sun is setting, and people are closing up shop for tonight. You are just in time if you want to enthrall some people.
Okay.
Do Bjorn say anything?
See us. If you must, do your thing.
Well, as always, just leave it to me. I will walk up and I say out loud, "Everyone stop, halt!"
I guess as you
Don't
yell
pack
that
up.
out,
Yep.
people stop. You can see when they look at you, like the sullen faces, some of the telltale signs of starvation in their eyes as they're just looking at you with it seems not that much patience. These people are not in a well mood.
If you are going to pack up, you will miss the greatest spectacle that you will see in your current and future life. And I will do a great gesture and point at Bjorn. This man here, you have to know him. And if you do not, then let me tell you. Let me sing to you his tale. I will use some Maya illusion just for background music.
Sure.
And I will look towards the crowd, trying to enthrall as many as I can. And I say, "Bless my soul, Bjorn is on a roll. Person of the week in every North opinion poll. What a pro! Bjorn could stop a show. Point him at the monster and it's down in one combo. He was a no 1-0-0. Now he's a hot shot. He's a hero. Here are the tales of the greatest chat. From zero to hero in no time flat. From zero to hero, just like that." And I will start telling tales after the song, weave it around, and just give everyone that is still listening a good overview of what Bjorn is capable of. While I will put down a small pouch there, just for anyone who is interested in putting some coins in.
You see the people like are definitely for the first time in a long time. You see smiles on their faces, and you see a couple of kids like going out. These northern people in their neutral colors, right? As like you collect a few copper, but even from some of the most destitute places, this is not a lot. And Bjorn, as you have been looking at this, what did you pay attention to as Theus was singing?
Well, Björn, he was definitely looking for the expression in the people's faces.
What you saw was sadness, most of all. Though some injustice have been made here, and all of the people in the town seems.
Sorry, you just cut out. Could you please repeat, DM?
Yes. As you are looking at these people's expressions, what you see is sadness. There has been some injustice here. You see no family bringing home big amounts of food. All the amounts of food, so if you've seen in the stalls that have been packed down, has been very small. And this is one of the holiest days for the northern people. Like, this town should be having a party right now, but they're not. They don't have anything to party with. And you see that, like, Theus coming in and giving them a loud show, that is probably the best thing that has happened to them all month.
Theus, this is no time. I pick up his pouch and give it to him rather harshly. These people don't have anything to spare. I want to see the chieftain. I anticipate someone showing me the way when I say that outright.
One of the people, like one of the merchants packing down his stalls, looks at you. You are the white bear, aren't you?
Yes.
All right. Come with me. I will bring you to the chief's house.
Björn moves with the merchant, still with heavy steps, and now with a slight grimace. Hvad hedder det?
Grimace? Yeah.
Yeah, on his face.
Right. And as Bjorn is led away by this man, Theus, what are you doing?
Well, seeing that I didn't get much, but I still had some, which I got from my previous encounters, I will look for any building that could contain a courier. Like asking the townfolk, like, please, madam, could you point me to the next stop, like a post office and some similar thing?
You stop like a middle-aged woman who looks at you and then says, "Post office. Where are you sending your things, sir?"
Far to the south. Please, madam, I see that your village city is currently a little bit down in the dumps, but you surely have at least some kind of quick way to communicate letters.
Yes.
Packages?
Yeah, if you go down to the harbor, she points you like in a direction towards the coast. You might still be able to make it before they close up, but the merchants that sail out, they usually bring leathers with them if you're lucky.
Okay, I will make my way to the harbor.
All right. As you go through the town, you see again people packing their things up. Not much really to say. These people again seems impoverished in a way that you haven't seen before in the kind of in the north that you have or anything you have seen before, right? You come down, you see again a few people standing around there, and you see what looks like a harbor master, judging from his wolf pelt over his shoulders, having conversation with what looks like a ship's captain that are just tying up the last kind of ropes, making ready to sail out.
Hey, what's up, Captain? Are you currently making your way? Like, can you take a package with you? Just a question. Like, I see that you are have such a beautiful ship and such capable people, and you yourself seem to be a man of many years of experience. So, would it be too much to ask if you could take a package to you? Like, where are you going?
Like the captain that you just interrupted in his conversation looks at you. He's maybe in his 50s, with pretty nice clothes for a Northman. He has like a stubby beard as he scratches it and he says, "Guess we're going down south, New Wrath, maybe beyond. What do you need?"
Ivory Isles, somewhere in that area.
Might be, but I know people that sail down that way. Do you need a package delivered? Is that it?
Yes. It's pretty important.
Yeah, he sees your package like in your hands. He evaluates it. Yeah, what is it?
It's something important to be sent for people who are really in need. It would help them greatly. It would be a sign of great charity if you could bring it to them.
I haven't made it this far on charity, son. He looks at you. That far.
How much is it to get my package there? Just tell me the price. And just
Three.
so you know, this year will be to nourish poor orphanage children.
Give me a persuasion check.
Our first roll of the campaign.
First roll of the campaign. Let's see.
First roll.
Okay, persuasion. Right. I rolled wait, it's 30.
30. Okay, so starting off pretty fucking well, I would say. The man, like, who has definitely been in this town for some time, you see tears welling up, like in his eyes. It says, "Where do you say this is going again?"
There's an orphanage in the Ivory Isles. It's called the Tiny Trunks. It really needs this package. Could you feel in your heart to help these poor children who lost their parents and their family?
Yeah, don't you worry about it, he says, like taking the package for you, and he puts it gently down into a bigger chest that is then closed, and he locks it, and then he takes like the key around a chain around his neck.
Okay.
What are you doing all the way up here anyway? He looks at you, clearly not from around here.
I am with a man that has grey tails behind him and in front of him, and I am the man that will tell the tales all around him. I would give you a business card, but I'm still in the process of printing them out.
Business card? What? Okay.
Just remember the name Bjorn, the White Bear of the North.
Oh, everybody knows Bjorn, the White Bear of the North. Are you his
I'm his agent, just so you know.
agent? He looks at you, Southerners. He says, "All right, guys, we're casting off." And you see the ropes being slackened and drawn in by the handy northern sailors as the sail is unfurled and the wind gently brings the large ship with the dragon's figure on the front around and towards the sunset.
Okay, I've put in there some knickknacks that I found and 30 gold so half of what I currently have. So I will subtract the 30 gold.
All right, you have spent a lot of money for your orphanage. Very well. In the meanwhile, Bjorn, you have been brought through the town, and you see on the top of a small hill, you see the hall of the local chief. The merchant that brought you there looks at you and says, "That is the hall of Chief Ragnar. What will the White Bear be needing him for, if I might ask?"
I want to question him about this village.
The merchant looks at you approvingly and nods, and then he puts a hand on your shoulder, like still a significant, a bit taller than he is, right? And he says, "Thank the All-Father for you. Bjorn Wilderson. And he leaves you, and you see the two guards standing at the gate outside of the hall. They just picked up when they heard your name, and you see their eyes widen as you go nearer to them. What do you do?
I approach them.
Right.
I like to enter.
Do you have an invitation from Chief Ragnar, sir?
Are you refusing the white bear?
They look at each other, and then they look at you, and then they, without saying anything, they just like unlock the gate and they open it for you. No, of course not. Sorry, sir.
I walk in.
Walk up the steps, and in front of the big hall, you see the double doors still closed. From the inside, you can hear revelry and an open fire, people singing and having a good time.
I will go close to the fire to
You're
get
not
a better look. Oh, sorry.
You're not inside yet, so you will have to open the doors if you want to do that.
I'm going to open the doors.
As you open the doors, you just see this long hall. At the end of the hall, you see a great fire, and in front of that, you see the long table where this big fat chief with his bronze crown is sitting, and he's eating. It looks like oxen steaks and other kind of beef products, as all of these noblemen around here are just drinking lots of ale and having fun. And you see the few servants around him are all looking as impoverished as the rest of the people down in the town.
Well, I will stand in the door just for a moment and look at everyone's faces.
A minute passes by until a lot of the folks have realized that you are standing at the entrance, and after a little while, the revelry in the great hall just dies down as a servant runs up to the chief and whispers something to him, and then everyone is just quiet as the chief Ragnar, big fat man wearing a brown vest, stands with, the judge of the north, Bjorn Wilderson, the white bear himself. Welcome to my table, please. And he goes around and he goes down to you, and he tries to make you welcome, and he beckons you up to the table, to the long table. And before you react, he turns around and you see some kind of like a young man, maybe 17, some guy's nephew. Maybe he's just like pushed away and just disappears as they are making up a new spot for you at the long table.
Well, I go to the long table with him.
The honor of having you here, Bjorn, son of Wilder. What can we do for you? Please, have the head of the oxen. And he claps his hands, and two people come after a minute, comes like carrying in with a big head of like the cow that has been slaughtered, or the bull that has been slaughtered for the feast.
Well, instead of sitting down at the chair he is presenting me, and I just look at the oxen head, and then Björn speaks out loud.
All right, what do you say?
It is clear to me that you have forsaken your people. They are poor and starved outside. The summer raids must really have brought you fortune, but you don't seem to share any with them. I see that you are fat. I see that you have no pride. I'm going to my small pouch in my belt.
Yeah.
And I pick up a mushroom from the pouch. and I'm going to chew on it a few times while I see how people react to what I've said.
You see people like they burst out in small, like in chatter as the blood just leaves the face of Chief Ragnar. I only took as much as tax would allow me to. It is our customs that the people will pay the taxes to their sovereign lords. Don't you see? Please be reasonable, Mr. Bjorn.
Reason have left this place. The effect of the mushroom, maybe it's just Bjorn, but it kicks into to effect, or maybe it's just Bjorn that goes into a kind of trance. He takes out his great axe and cut off his head.
As you take out your big one-bladed axe, you see the colors just intensify as the borders of your vision just blur out. The axe is lifted. You see the slow motion reaction of people screaming, like backing away from this razor-sharp piece of steel being flung through the air. And then you just see it hitting the neck of the fat Chief Ragnar. And then what happens is that you are whisked away. I'll just find the right music for this. Give me 1 second here. There we go. As the axe stops a millimeter from the neck of Fat Chief Ragnar, you see first darkness as the lights around you completely disappear. And then slowly you see the darkness getting gray as the darkness turns into smoke, revealing a battlefield. You see magic bleeding from everywhere. You see people dying, blood everywhere. You see your old Chthonian Imperial friend, Axia Savannah, the Imperial soldier you had captured for some years ago. She's just pointing across the battlefield to you, and she says, "Bjorn, get it, or we are all dead." And in front of you, you just see this large, hulking, vaguely humanoid creature with tentacles instead of arms. You start running towards it. Your axe is just firing around you as enemies fall for your feet, blood everywhere. You can see how the big white fur of the bear around your shoulders is just drenched. The droplets slowly freezing in the temperatures of the magic of the pelt that you're wearing. You get up to this creature and you start climbing up its legs. This dark, deformed creature, you can't make out anything. It's like it's blurred in this kind of vision you're having, until you take out your axe, and then holding its collar, the axe just flies down through, and you hit its forehead, and you just hear a crack. And as you hear the crack, darkness again. You can see yourself being flung through darkness. You're drawing trails of blood everywhere, and you can just hear your name, Bjorn. Bjorn. It's being called out in hundreds of voices as you're sucked through endless darkness and become stars. You can see galaxies and clouds and everything just rushing through. You can see jungle, desert, earth, water, rocks. And then, boom, you end down, landing in a dark room, a new hall. And as you stand up, aching in your body, you see in front of you the great hall of Valhalla. And as you stand up, the lights and the great fire in the back of the hall were turned up. And you can see in front of you all the gods of the northern people, the Aesir, Odin, Thor, Tyr, Frey, Freya, Balder, all of these gods that you have seen before you, looks at you. Silently, no sounds can be heard, as the one in the center walks down to you. Odin, the All-Father, one of his eyes missing, wearing an old, worn traveler's cloak, 2 ravens adorning his shoulders, and a wolf at each of his feet. A staff with a spear's pointy end in one hand goes towards you, but he is stopped by a younger man. Only one hand. Tyr, the Norse god of justice, who instead goes to you, puts his hand, his remaining hand, upon your shoulder, and he says, "You still have much to do, my son. But right now, there are few people that need your protection, and ours. But they are outside the realms that we call home. They're outside the influence of the Aesir and Valhalla. So instead we must send you, my child. Will you go on this quest for us, and you see the gods standing as if 100 meters tall around you? How does Bjorn react to this?
Bjorn goes to one knee.
You can just hear the echo through the hall.
And he speaks up. I am your loyal servant.
Well then. And then you see Odin comes over and touches your other shoulder. And then you're flung through the universe again. Darkness, stars, galaxies, clouds, jungle, earth, desert, water, rocks, through the forest. And then what you see is a few people. You see an imperial elf clad in green battle armor being killed by a spear that pierces his heart. You see a small gnome wizard getting trampled by a horse as a dark-clad horseman turns around, and then the struggling gnome tries to get up from his fall, and an arrow is taking on a bow, and again another arrow goes in through his head. His one eye is pierced, it goes out the other side, and you see him fall, almost hitting the floor. But before he hits the floor, you see a young tabaxi, one of the catmen, going, trying to jump in front of the gnome and catching the other arrow in the heart as they're killed in front of you. And then you turn around, and you see Theus standing in front of you, his hands and arms dripping blood. In one hand, you see what looks like a broken off table leg, and in his other hand, you see a corkscrew that still has an eye on the end of it. You can see that he's not wearing his watch. He has lost it in the battle. You can see how the blood starts to drip first from his arms and then wounds opening all over his body. As he goes towards you, he tries to say something, but he cannot say anything as the last breath leaves his lungs. And then, darkness again, and you just hear 2 words. Cans Passadar. And we are back in the hall of Fat Chief Ragnar as the head is separated from the body and hits the floor with a thump. You hear the people screaming and people scrambling to get away from this man with the giant axe. What do you do to Bjorn?
Who is next in line? I ask out in the hall.
People don't react. They're just panicking around you.
I scream it. Who's next in line?
Silence again, and you see the young man in that was whisked away to make a room for you. He goes up to you. It is me, Rogar, my liege.
I take my seat of honor before the oxen's head.
Okay.
And I gesture to the high table and the seat of power. Take a seat. We need to talk.
And with that, we will leave Bjorn as we zoom out, whoosh, going back across the seas, away from the tundra, away from the winter, down again to the desert. Alright? Very sorry, I'm live DJing this as we're going, so excuse me for not being completely punctual with everything. Let's see.
By the way, Leon, fantastic song. Absolutely love it.
For anyone
Right.
who loves Disney's Hercules, it's for you.
Yeah.
Who does not love it, huh?
Yeah.
As we are going across the desert, again, back to Cannes Passadar, or a little ways out of it, we see again, or for the second time today, you could say, a young-looking tabaxi man. Evan, who are we looking at here?
You were looking at Jasafis, kind of a youngish, early 20s tabaxi, standing just over 6 feet tall, but very light for his height. Covered in colorful silks and dulled leathers. He's the very picture of a nomad. What little fur you can see is marked in scars and pale spots, especially around his muzzles and whiskers. He looks, despite his clothing looking rather torn up, he is a very positive looking fellow and is currently going around and chatting with some random folk.
We're back at the Cannes Passadar dig site, and you can see how the mountains in front of you have collapsed and they have like cleared away through the rubble. And you see a lot of people like going around, trying to kind of do their jobs here. As you you're talking to the hired laborers, right? So are you asking them anything, or?
Yes, Josephis is here to ask questions. What is... He kind of just broadly motions at the collapsed mountain. Have you dug a mountain?
Oh yes, this is like one of the diggers. Clearly an old guy. He has been doing this for a long time, right? He looks at you as he says, "Well, there were some earthquakes some years ago. I don't know if you knew it, but it revealed this kind of temple behind it, and there was another earthquake, and now we could get in there. So now we're getting inside. It's very very impressive. We've been digging for many months. It is actually, and he takes up like some sort of relic that he was just brushing off, and he shows you the carvings on it. And the carvings are almost completely faded. So old. You have never seen anything quite as old as this. You would probably think this is older than the normal old Kalari Sultanate artifacts that you find and deal in.
Josephis thinks this is interesting, but what is it? It does not look like it belongs to a caliphate.
Well, yeah, you're probably right. Well, it's on their land, so maybe well, you can ask the leader, Rihat. He probably knows, but I'm just digging.
This is a wonderful idea. I will do this, and Hajar will take the artifact directly out of the man's hands as if this is a normal thing to do and start walking in a random direction.
Hey, hello! And he like looks around, and Safis is just gone. And you walk around, and you what you do is you sneaks off, and you just feel like a moment after you feel like a hand just grabbing you by the fur on the back of you, and as you turn around, you see this shortish woman, elven woman, in legionary's armor. But you can see like what is the imperial kind of sergeant's insignia, the primus insignia. And she looks at you. So what's your problem here, Mr.
Safis? Is there Safis?
All right. And I haven't.
That's no problem.
No, I have not seen you here, but you're still carrying around on that priceless artifact. She says with some amount of iron.
Hey, Josephus does not know what you speak of. He says, kind of like looking down at the thing he's holding. Josephus was told to bring it to a man in charge. His name was and he like actually just not knowing the man's name, just kind of lets that drag on for a moment.
She looks at you and like she's calling you without saying anything, and she's just saying, the one you would like to talk to is Upshow Oust. I guess that can be arranged. And she just drags you into like the central tilt in that is again with the decoration of crimson and gold, and the Chthonian eagle just cast upon the sides of this tent. And she just
thinks this is Hajar speaking out loud. Josephus thinks you Legion elves like to really make your presence known, do you not?
Excuse me?
He once again broadly motions with the hand that is not holding the artifact. Josephus thinks the gold and the eagle and the red and all of this is rather cumbersome, is it not?
And out of the tent, as you say this to Primus Savannah, a man comes out, a man called Rehad of Green Orchard, a man you have met on a couple of occasions. He is a Kalaran archaeologist, and you know that he has been selling a few artifacts to you on the down low. So he first his eyes widen, and then he says, "Oh, thank you, Primus. Sadiq, Safis, my friend, please come inside. It's beautiful to see you here. Actually, just the man we need." And you're brought into the tent where you see Oust sitting.
As Hajar is brought into the tent, he will kind of give a shit-eating grin to the Legionnaire behind him as he kind of just follows quickly.
Like she mentions to the Legionnaire outside the tent and says, "Keep an eye on that one." As you're brought in, Oust, what are you doing?
I'd imagine Oust is probably just lounging. He's probably having come back after having cleaned up maybe the contraband items that he might have around in terms of not anything dodgy, just the papers and things. He's probably just sat back, just trying to avoid the mid-morning heat. At this point, he's like, "Oh, Rehat, we have visitors. Look at that."
Sadiq, this is Safis. He is one of our. He's one of the most experienced delvers we have in all of Ganskalar, he says, and he introduces the tabaxi man to you.
Doing a kind of dramatic bow, making a note to hold the artifact behind his back as he does so. He kind of just bows. Safis would like to introduce himself. His name is Hajar Safis. It is a pleasure, Mr. Ost.
Close enough. Nice to meet you too, sir. Do I notice the artifact behind Hajar's?
He's not particularly hiding it, and it was also like, a basketball-sized thing he's just holding behind him.
Fair enough. You seem to have brought us a gift. I always appreciate gifts. Perhaps you'd like us to take a look at this.
Yes. Hajar Safis was given this by a worker to bring to you, sir. Yes. And he kind of walks over and sets it down on a table. He doesn't really care if it's supposed to go there or not.
You see a piece of pottery, or not pottery. This is a piece of masonry, with some of the carvings that you have seen before. It's very clear that it predates the Kalari Sultanate that was in the desert before. But it's basically just more of the fucking same. It's more junk. It's not anything you were looking for.
Oh, sure. I mean, put it with the rest, I guess.
You just have a big pile of just rocks with.
Yeah, there's just a stack of similar-looking rocks.
It is what we call an archaeological dig site.
That belongs to the museum. Okay.
Yes.
Hajar
Safis would like to reintroduce himself again, and again doing a bow. This time, fully with both his hands out. Hajar Safis, as friend has introduced, is an experienced delver of ruins, dungeons, and the like. Safis is familiar with these ways of traps and various other dangers of the deserts.
Rihad looks at Safis as he says that, and then looks at Oust, saying, "It is correct, Sadiq. He is the best."
The best. Well, there we go. I mean, one could assume the best can only be topped by the fine legionaries of the Cavonian Imperium. However, I'm sure we can find a space for you on the next expedition. And as he says that, there is a hint of irony in his voice, but it's not like 100%. So, yeah.
Safis would love to join you on your next expedition, but Safis would also need, how do you say, payment. He kind of says with like a borderline sheepish grin. Safis risks life and limb, often at the same time, and Safis would like to be paid to recompense this.
No worries, Sadiq. Rihad says, and he takes out a pouch, and then he just without facing Safis, he just gives it to you from the next to you as he whispers into your ear, and then you do not say anything to anybody. Is that understood?
You said that it was to Safis?
Yeah.
Safis appreciates the payment and gives him a pat on the back without saying anything else, and just kind of stores it.
Rihad, I trust that you will properly invoice the money that's just changed hands.
Of course. We in the Galari Archaeological Service pride ourselves on our fine bookkeeping, of course.
Safis would agree.
Well, then.
Well, I guess I better get going, and then as Rihad turns around to go out, he almost trips over a diminutive figure that is trouncing into the tent. Nongol, you have just arrived via teleportation stone, a port key to this dig site. You've been here once before, a couple of months ago, where you determined with Oust, the archaeologist, that there were indeed some other planar kind of influence down in the ruins, which means that you are the one that has to go in there and kind of make sure you don't get subjected to an alien invasion when you open up the chambers. This tall Kalari man almost trips over you as you are entering the main tent.
The gnome underfoot, careful!
Oh! I'm very sorry, small friend. I shall. He looks at Safis and Nongol and at Oust, and he says, "I will bring. I will make sure refreshments are brought." Then he just leaves.
I see. We have our friend from the pillar again. Good.
Safis does not know this man. Hello, man.
Oh, you will. Don't worry.
Nongol runs up to Pajar, Safis. Tabaxi, they're an uncommon race. That's very, very, very nice to meet you. I am Nongol.
A pleasure to meet you. As Safis shakes your hand, yes? And he offers out his hand as he says that out loud.
Of course. And you can see as Nongol grabs your hand with his tiny little gnome hand. He grabs your paw, I guess you could say, and is looking over it very intently, like he's never met a Tabaxi before. Though he's just never met one this close. And then he'll look over to Oust. Well, hello, Oust. It is a pleasure to work with you again, I suppose.
Yes, always a pleasure to have the great minds of the pillar with us. So, good. Nice to see my legionaries inform me of your arrival in advance. Never mind.
One of the legionaries tips in their head. This is the youngest one, Legionary Junior, who just. Sorry, sir. Nongol from the Pillar is here to see you.
So he is, Junior. So he is. Tell you what, why don't you go and find Axia and do something? I'm just. Where's Albane? He's meant to be outside.
Okay. Should I send Albane in, sir?
No, just leave him outside. It's fine. Nongol's here.
Righto.
If there is anybody else, then do. You know.
Actually, there's a man here with refreshments, sir.
Send
in.
him right. Yeah.
Nice.
And outside there, you are standing, Theus. You and Bjorn have been spending the last couple of months to track down this place here. Bjorn has been talking about, some people you need to protect, and the word Kans Pasadar, and you have come down here and you have weaseled your way into being the one who actually delivers the refreshments to the commander's tent. Bjorn is waiting in an equipment tent that you were able to hide him in just a bit earlier. As you come in with refreshments, there's some fruit and some wine and some very cold water in your on a kind of a plate as you walk in.
If he thanks you, young man. So, and we'll just grab a glass of whatever and just drink it.
Just leave it on the table there and burn your way, thank you.
What do you do, Theus?
Oh my! What a lovely group of people is currently staying inside this tent. I am just someone who's trying to earn a little bit of copper by servicing your like man of your and woman of your statue. Would it be too much to ask? Look, what is currently going on the side? Like, I have been away for quite some time from the familiar places up south. You can see, like, I was also from here, and I would really like to know what's currently happening here.
Uncle, would you look at that? The help wants to know all about what's going on. Apparently, we're telling everybody nowadays.
Yeah.
That's fine.
It's your decision to tell him. You're in charge.
Yes.
Yes, well, I mean,
If you do not want
Shall
to,
we-
Safis will.
sure. Why don't we let the cat tell us? He seems to be very informed about the dig, despite the fact I've only just met this man. So,
Wait, Safis has been in this area for quite some time. He's kind of with a smile and looking over to Theus now. Some ruins, something about earthquakes, and we're going to go and dive and collect valuable relics. And presumably the kind of pointing over at Alts, the Imperium is here to take them all home.
apparently
And
so.
and that's it.
As you're diving into these ruins, like, do you have enough men for that? I assume that these ruins are quite dangerous, and not like walking through this camp here. Not everyone seems as capable as you lots. Are you trusting them? Do you trust them really? Don't you think that you need someone with a mind of such caliber that can conquer anything that is put in front of him? I'm talking about a man so strong he can wrestle a bear with his bare arms to the ground, and who is known as a legend of the North. Let me tell you, let me give you a pitch about a man whose name you should know in the future. And I will put on another show, even though the rest, well, you already got that. For Alt and for Safi and for Nonga, I make a bow and open up the front of the current tents where they're staying, and I look. Are there any soldiers out?
Yeah, you see. There's a man just in front of the tent guarding it, and then you see maybe 100 meters down. There's a woman with kind of rank insignia going toward the tent slowly.
Where's Bjorn? Like, can I wave him over?
Bjorn is. I think. Bjorn is like on the other side. It was a miracle you got him this far.
Okay, good. So, as I keep the front door open and walk through the camp to Bjorn, and then I make a big gesture and say, "Hey, clear the way in the old bazaar. Hey, you, let us through. It's a bright new star. Oh, come, be the first on your block to meet his eye. Make way, here he comes. Ring bell, bang the drums. Are you gonna love the sky? Bjorn Stormy, fabulous he, champ of Valhalla. Genuflect, show some respect, down on one knee. Now watch and all and don't fear. The chosen of the Azir, and come and hear spectacular legacy. Oh, Bjorn Stormy, mighty is he, champ of Valhalla. Strong as 10 regular men, definitely. He faced the king of the hearts, 100 Catonian vanguards. We sent those stones to graveyards, while Bjorn Stormy. And I will just try a bit of minor illusion, just to bring confetti or like shine light on him, just so that those in the tents who previously they were talking can see him in all his glory.
Beautiful. Bjorn, what do you do
Bjorn,
as...
Make a pose. We need to market this.
Bjorn, he walks inside, and when Theus makes him strike a pose, he just smiles like awkwardly, looking around at all these that are considered champions in some way in his eyes, and he's a bit confused.
As you do that, the guard outside is just too dumbfounded by the thing that is happening within the tent that he doesn't stop you. But as you come in and the music stops and the light show stops, like you see the sergeant, or not the sergeant, the corporal outside is like completely books it in and stands himself in front of you, between you and Oust. As he raises up his shield, he says, "What the actual fuck is happening here?"
Oh, I wish I knew. I really do. The security at this camp. Where is Rehab? The security at this camp is going down the pan, and I literally hold up the bedpan. This is outrageous. There's meant to be in excess of 6 men here. Where are they all? They're all drinking again? This is disgusting. This is outrageous. The bloody pillar are here, and this is... The Imperium will be hearing about this. Maybe.
Secundus Abane, who is protecting you, he said, "Well, sir, Habakkuk and Minuso is on break until on 2 hours from now. Junior is right now going to protect the south gate, and then Paulus is honestly I don't know where Paulus is, and the engineers are working at the entrance to the Kans Pasadar site, sir."
Well, isn't this day fun?
I imagine that Theus is still standing like in his big...
Ta-da! I'm like doing hand motion, like jazz hands. Ta-da!
Noggle and Sophis, do you do anything?
Yeah, that was quite entertaining, actually. I'll send it to you sent for entertainment.
No, I did not. I don't
assure
even
you
know
it's
what
not
the
necessary,
entertainment's
you don't-
name is. The fool and the strong man here have just turned up of their own accord, and perhaps you'd like to give yourselves names before I, give you irons to put yourselves in.
Oh, I can help you a bit there, sir. Primus Savannah says as she comes in.
Yes, maybe you can.
This big oaf here is Bjorn, the white bear of the Northern Kingdoms. And Bjorn, as you look down, you see the same high elven girl, or woman rather, that you captured and saved from a very bad night all those years ago. Axia Savannah.
It's very nice to see you again.
Well, nice to see you too. Maybe without the song of how many of our people you killed next time, she says.
I was going to
winking at
mention
Theus.
that.
Well, all in honor, you know.
Well, this man here, Savannah says, like just sitting down. You have known her for a long time, and like she doesn't follow procedure that much if there's no one worth doing the procedure for, right? She says, "This one here, I was taken prisoner by a northern raid a couple of years ago, and some of the boys there were going to have some fun with me, but this man stopped them, told them that as I had been challenging them to a duel, that if we weren't going to fight me, then why would they take what is not theirs? So they did, and I broke, I think, maybe 7 noses that evening, Bjorn."
At least.
So, long story short, I came back. Here I am, and this guy is the reason I'm not dead. So, yeah. Sorry about the security, sir. I'll make sure that we get the standards up.
Yes. I think that might be a good idea. Well,
And
quite the reunion, isn't it? And you, sir, what's your name?
not as important as this guy. I
Correct,
see that
by the sounds
your
of it.
security is really, really bad, and this is why you will need him, as he's the best guard that you can find in all of Cerenar.
That reminds me, sir. The engineers say that the way is cleared, and they have put in the supports to prevent a cave-in, and the ruins are ready to be explored. When you are, sir.
I see.
It sounds like Safis's job is here.
So it does. Mr. Nongle, are you quite ready to enforce the pillar's will? Shall we say?
Elegant way of putting it, but yes, of course. Is the entertainment coming with us as well?
Safis would actually like to know his name still. Mr. Entertainment?
I guess just for the record, but we can forget it. It's just call me Theus. Theus EPME, but this will be a name that is not important for the history. You see, you should consider, just think about it, having someone of this statue, as a stem pointing at Bjorn, accompanying you through the ruins. All the tales that you could tell the northern guys. Like, he's really, really popular there. Not good? Bjorn, play your charm. Show your charm, Bjorn.
The-
Just come.
But this is so different from the north. Like, serious, like, they ask for your name. I don't understand.
Yeah, that's quite strange.
Savannah?
Thinks you foreigners are very strange people.
Savannah,
Yes,
do you
sir?
vouch? Do you vouch for the large man and the clown?
The large man, sir. I have no idea who the small but very handsome man is, to be honest. But if he's with Bjorn, that's good enough for me, sir.
Right. Well, if you're vouching for them, then they're under your responsibility. Simple as that. They put one foot out of line, then I expect your entire troop to, well, do the opposite of what I heard in that song, shall we say.
Yes, sir. And she just, like, she's standing at attention, completely devout of feeling. She's doing this when she thinks you're stupid. But she doesn't want to say it outright.
And I'm too haughty to realise that as well.
Precisely.
100%. Okay, well, I mean, seeing as we're all here, we may as well.
So,
Nongle, if you'd like to accompany me, and Saphis, let's see what you can do, shall we? Lead the way.
Bjorn,
With
should we
pleasure.
ask for like some kind of rewards, or is this like part of your vision? I just think that we shouldn't do it like for free. This established a bad baseline for future business.
As I already told you, Theus, this is more important than any reward.
I agree with the large man.
Safis
Also,
will shrug.
Savannah, if you could get Junior to get my kit together. I don't particularly fancy going into a, well, whatever this is.
yes,
Just
sir.
in linens.
Yes, sir. She will be ready in your personal tent, sir. Any of the troops you want me to bring down there for? She looks at Bjorn and then back at you for support, sir.
Well, let's see. Not Habakkuk. As far
Yes,
as
sir.
I know, he's entirely untrustworthy. Menuzo, where's he at the moment?
Minuso is off right now, but I can go wake him up, sir.
No, leave him. It's fine.
Yes, sir.
And Paulus?
Paulus is guarding the entrance, sir. The entrance to Camp Asadar with the engineers, sir.
He can keep guarding. We'll just bring Arbane and Junior then.
And me, sir?
And you.
Yes, sir.
You're all on me though. Right. Well, I guess once I'm set up, we can just go, I guess. And I will walk out the tent, just past them to my own tent, and begin kitting up, as it were.
Hitting up Imperial Commander style. All right. Anything else the rest of you are doing? Savannah looks at you and says, I guess, welcome and to all of you. If you need anything, I hope you have whatever you need, because I'm not going to give anything. So, anything you need?
Wait, please. Appearance fees? Royalties? Anything?
This
As
is
I'm walking out, I just say, "Ready in 5."
This is not Marble Boulevard in Cathonia, little man. Let's just ask about that when we're done, shall we? All right, I'll go and get Abane. Ma'am, please get ready in 5. Yes, ma'am. Then you see the legionaries, 2 legionaries, starting to get their things together. Are you going to bring your chicken, sir? He says, looking at Nongle.
Please, yes. Prepare Nibbles.
You are holding Nibbles. Can you describe Nibbles to the rest of the group, please?
So Nibbles is a rooster, but is almost cartoonish in the way he actually looks. He's bright colored, kind of crooked neck, very wily or whatnot. He seems to have quite the intelligence to him, though, for a chicken, though that intelligence is wasted on his strange look and the way he kind of pecks at the dirt and the rocks and kind of picks up rocks and moves them around. So intelligent for a bird, but still dumb as bricks.
All right. I guess if we get stuck, we'll have something to eat, sir. All right. You heard the upshow. Ready in 5. Do you guys want to do anything or talk about anything as you're readying yourselves?
I pull Steers aside.
Yes, Bjorn.
Can you please explain it to me? I never in my life got these looks.
I remember that sometimes people look that way. Just when we talk about, I trust you when it's about justice, but when it's about business, please don't talk. Traveling all over Cerenar cost a lot of gold, and I want to save up some. So every time there's money talk, just smile and wave. You're the face. You're the charm.
I never had the need for charity. Everyone just, hands me stuff.
This does work in the north, but not here. These people are currently probably you people describe them as heathens.
And what is this? You call it sand? It's so hot.
Safis can hear you.
Yeah, Safis can definitely hear you.
Welcome to my world. Just imagine how my balls freeze off in the north.
I don't understand.
Bjorn, if you could just explain to us what we are seeing as Bjorn is still standing in this big white bear pelt vis-a-vis the temperature.
Bjorn is right now pulling in Thea's cloak, trying to have the worst hidden conversation ever in the corner of the tent. He's speaking way too loud, and also you can see from his big bear cloak steam going up from him, extreme cold meets extreme heat.
Beautiful, and then just drips down your body.
You cat guy. No, you have a name, right?
Josephus has a name. It is Josephus. Josephus.
Josephus. All right. Do you get paid for this?
Josephus does, yes.
how can we get into that? Like, have talked around like to some people. Is there some kind of secret words, secret cabal of people who give out money?
Joseph thinks if you are doing a job, you are to get paid. Your friend, Bjorn, said he would work for free as his own reward. It seems you have. Joseph it seems you have already given away the benefits for being paid.
See, Bjorn, this is how other people see us. It's not going to work. Just think about. We need money to spread your name through more than enough, and for that we can't do everything for free.
Joseph thinks you should most likely ask for money if you want money. Yeah.
See, this guy understands. This guy understands.
Yes. What is it that you do again? Cephis was not listening for most of that conversation. The water was very good.
Like, Bjorn, tell about your great...
No, not Bjorn. I understood that part. What is it that you do? You seem to be a man who can talk good, yes?
I am...
This is my
I am
skill.
a storyteller.
He spreads my word and, tells my stories.
Joseph thinks that you should be paying him. He says, pointing to Bjorn, then pointing to Theus.
Wait, no, he's my friend. Why should my friends pay me?
Oust, you return in full kit as this discussion is going on.
I walk back in.
Elf has returned. Go ahead.
Ah, Nongle, I see you brought your cock with you. Right, are we all ready to, yes, I'm sure it is. Right, who do we have, everybody? Nongle, the cat, the clown, the man who I'm surprised doesn't have heat stroke yet. Good, right, shall we,
Mr. Boss, may I make a recommendation?
Recommend away.
Joseph thinks you should use people's names, especially when those people are being paid to make sure you do not die to horrible traps in ruins.
Ost thinks that if I'm paying them, then maybe I can call them what I like. But fair enough, we'll go with that, Mr. Cephis. Right. Axia, are we all present and correct?
Yes, they already, even the cock, I should say.
Good. Right, perhaps Axia and Mr. Cephis can lead the way towards the dig site then.
So, as you are being led out, do any of you want to do something last minute before you go up there?
Hajar will just kind of, get some of his equipment at the ready, kind of readying up some of his items, particularly the interesting magic ones. And you see him pull out kind of these black glass goggles almost and place them over his eyes.
All right, interesting.
I will leave the tent last, and just before I leave the tent, I will just check the scroll case, just in case.
As you
not expecting particularly anything, but just in case.
As you look at the scroll case, you do see a very small note huddled down in the end of the case.
Okay, I will making sure that everybody has left the tent. I'll check the scroll and then head out.
All right, as you check the scroll, you just see a few words, which is, "Here we go."
Okie dokie. Well, that's unbelievably unhelpful, whatever you are, but thank you. Carry on.
You can hear another note going, entering into the open scroll case.
Oh, rapid reply. And I will pull that one out and also read it.
This will be the defining trial of our journey together so far. This is not the time to make enemies.
We'll see. Okay, and I'll scrunch them both up, put them in my pocket, and yes, I'll head out.
All right, you are being led by Cephis and Primus Savannah in through the archaeological dig, all the loose rocks that have been cleared away as you've been go up into the mountains. You go through broken entrance portals that have been collapsed in the earthquakes. And you can see as you're going through this path that a whole complex was hidden, like a maze almost, behind widening tunnels going off in every direction for miles. As you come up after like a 15-minute walk, you find a forward base at the entrance, at some kind of hallway. Outside that, there's just a big rock chamber where you can see pillars and kind of different constructions being put up to make sure to keep the whole the rock structure safe and it won't collapse, right?
Gotcha.
It is around. You have been going down for maybe 500 miles, so you are you're below ground level right now. Things are lit up by torches on the walls that are just being put in and nailed onto these wooden pillars that are holding up the mine shaft almost. As you
100 meters. Or...
No, 500 feet. Sorry, yeah, 500 feet down. As you you see, there's like a small forward base, like a small campsite. Like there's just 3 kind of sleeping bags rolled out, and then you see the engineers standing at attention as you arrive up your oust, and you can see behind them there's like what should have been a doorway, but those are just like ruined, big stone doors lying around. And in behind that, you just see a hallway with pillars and just big statues behind those. The statues bear no real marks. They have carvings as in armor, but they bear no features. Nothing that could tell you about any kind of gender or species. They're just like roughly humanoid shaped. Stone guardians standing in this hallway, and then you see a double door on the end of that hall. That is what you see right here. As the engineers get attention, one of them says to you, "This one is Engineer Wulman." Says, "Sir, we have secured the entrance to the Kanspasada archaeological site. It's all yours, sir."
Very good work, all of you. You've done outstanding stuff here today. I can't impress upon you how gracious
Enough
the Imperial
of the
will be for
waiting.
your work.
Let's go. I walk into up to the doors.
Bjorn is just going in. What are you saying, Aust?
I was just congratulating the engineers on a job well done and saying that the Imperium will look kindly on their great work today. And as Bjorn pushes past me, I will give a withering look at Axia. Let's go.
Well,
You're
sir,
vouching?
I'm vouching, sir. She says, just follows him in. All right. As you go into the entrance room, I'll just activate that in here. Can you all see?
Mm-hmm.
All right. What you see is a circular room as you open these doors. And in the middle of the room, you see kind of a door in the middle of the floor, closed with triangular stone shapes. As you walk in, you can feel like a rush of air as the torches around you are lit, casting the entire room in bright light. The walls are filled with carvings of what look like idealizations of the Four Seasons, and more of these nondescript creatures being small, then growing up, then growing old, and dying in the same circle with the seasons, right? And the division between winter and spring, and the middle of summer and the middle of fall, you can see statues of serpent's head protruding from the walls. They have like dirty bronze plates on their foreheads, and their jaws are open. Saphis, you, with your stupid passive perception, You
Currently 30.
notice, yeah, precisely. That's going to be fucking hell for me. All right. You're going to you see small hues of blue color above the one in between winter and spring, with green color above the one in the middle of the summer, and red color above the one in the middle of fall.
Could
there
you
is
could you say that one more time?
Yeah, the top one has some blue color. The right one has green color light around it, and the left one has red color light around.
All right. So
Like just a very distinct hue that you're pretty sure you're the only one that would actually notice just right off the bat.
all right.
Actually, no, Nongle, you see that too. I see your passive perception is 21, which is fine. Fine to see that as well. There's the circular kind of door in the floor, and there's like a frame, which is like the flying serpent biting its own tail, and that's circling the 5-pointed star with an eye in its center. It's an Ouroboros, and in the middle of this eye, you see some kind of rock in the middle of that, under a thick layer of dust. And around in the room, there's like some kind of lettering in a weird language that for each one of you, the letter seems to be letters from your native language, not Latin letters as we are seeing here on the screen, but it has adjusted directly to you. All right, so let me know what you're going to do.
So the lettering is in Common or Elvish, but it doesn't actually say anything translatable. Well, it doesn't say anything that we can read in our own language. Is that correct?
Not unless you have any kind of magic ability to translate written.
Not yet. Okay.
We'll sit down and say, and kind of look towards Alistair, what he's doing. One moment. He'll sit down and he'll pull a large book off of his back, obviously his spell book, and he'll open it up and he'll start ritually casting comprehend languages.
Okay.
In the meantime, Safis will go up to one of these statues and honestly just climb up over on top of it to kind of try to get a look at the light source.
Give me a perception roll on that one.
All right.
And meanwhile, everybody proficient in religion or history, give me a check of that as well.
Okie dokie.
Right. So that was a 19 on my perception.
Looking around the serpent head, you see dirty bronze plates on the forehead, kind of covered in dust. And what you see as well is the light seems to come from the top. And as you look up in the room, you see a small, like a pyramid-shaped white crystal directly above the eye in the ceiling.
Alright. Savis sees this strange crystal in the ceiling. It seems to be giving lights to this, and he points to the other statues, and relate to that and that. There are 3 colors.
It is hard for you to see when the rest of the light is there. In the meantime, Noggle and Oust, you have been giving you've been trying to get an overview of what is in here, and the symbol on the floor, the serpent biting its own tail, is definitely known to you, and even Bjorn recognizes it as some kind of weird version of Jormungandr, the world serpent. This is an Ouroboros that has been showing itself primarily in like ancient pre-Arkan texts, so before the Age of Arkan, and it's like any image of a snake, worm, serpent, or dragon that bites its own tail. So in some kind of circular form, right? And it represents many broad concepts: time, life's continuity, completion, the seasons, the repetition of history, like the self-sufficiency of nature, rebirth of the earth. All of these can be seen within the circular boundaries of the Ouroboros. So it's very strong symbol that is also used in alchemy, for instance. Bjorn, even though you rolled a nat 1, it wouldn't make sense for you not to know this. In the Norse belief, that the serpent Jormungandr is one of the the Midgard serpent, right, is one of the 3 children of Loki. It grew so large that it encircled the world disk and grasped its own tails within its mouth. And when it releases its tail, then Ragnarok will begin. You have no idea what a picture is of that is doing in here, however. And Nongle, the last thing. This is only you. I will actually just post that to you, so you guys can react in any other way too. Yep, go ahead.
The Ouroboros on the floor, is it carved in or is it like painted on? What's the?
This is
there
carved.
like a relief to it? Okay.
Carved in and then painted with some kind of black painting that seems to be very robust.
Okay. And you say there is a central stone in the middle of the floor here as well.
It seems like in the eye. If you look
Yeah.
at it, there's also like a pyramid-shaped kind of a stone in there.
Okay.
Yeah. Safis would like to recommend potentially turning off the lights, putting out the torches, just for a moment.
Pop his head
Fine
up
by me.
from his studies, and he will quickly just use it. Press digitation to turn on a little bit of light. So as the lights are going out, he still needs to read. And then as he looks over at the symbol on the ground, says, "The Ouroboros is thought to originate from Kangundi and the lizard folk empire that evidently was present there more than 3,000 years ago. This one is the few consistent symbols of their culture or religion. The eye has obviously no meaning. It's just art or something. It means nothing." And then he'll go back to his book to get copyright language.
Safis would like to disagree.
As would
we should-
I.
We should tell
Perhaps
Safis you do not paint something like this without meaning.
Mr.
Obviously, it has
Sippets.
no meaning at all, or I would be able to discern the meaning of it. It has no meaning. No meaning.
Yes, perhaps Mr. Sophis would be so kind as to just check this Ouroboros for any kind of perhaps means that might keep the intrepid explorer out of this place, traps, etc.
Safis would love to, and
Uh,
Safis will do so.
If there had been a trap here, Saphis, you would have noticed it. You can see the circle is like that one opens, but and you can definitely see there's some moving parts to the serpent heads, but you haven't taken a closer look on those. So not like on the outside, it doesn't look.
Right.
Assured that there is no trap, I would probably step into the middle. Why can't I move myself right now? Am I on the right bit? There we go. And just I want to more closely inspect the eye in the center and the stone. Oh, pyramid by rules.
You see a pyramid-shaped, like kind of prism almost in the middle of the eye. That is dirty, so you brush it off, and you see how it shines with the light around the room. And then it is mirrored above on the ceiling by another prism that Safis pointed out.
Upon sort of, if I were to handle the prism on the floor, is there a give in it? Is it movable or is it set within the stone?
It is set within the stone.
Cool. Interesting.
Safis would, seeing you do this, Safis would like to once again recommend taking out the torches for a brief moment to see what the, pointing at the ceiling, what these crystals emanating faint lights would do in the dark.
By all means.
All right.
And I'd probably gesture to the remaining legates if there were any kind of man-made lights in here to extinguish them.
The legionnaires go to the torches and extinguish them. And now it sucks to not have dark vision. Can you see the... Oh, let me check here. Just check if you can actually see... Oh, that is a...
I can see.
I can see everything in dim light, yeah.
Well, it's
just
darkness, so...
Oh, yeah. Right, I mean, as in like I can physically can see everything. Yeah.
Okay, fair.
Yeah. I'm just trying to figure out if. Oh, that is why. Global illumination was on.
It's currently dark, right? In dim light, you have disadvantage on perception check, right?
That is
Yes.
correct. Can
I
you?
will-
All right. Might be a bit. Do you see any of the? Do you see any of the lights there? No, not at all.
No.
Nope.
All right. I will just. All right. So you see a small shaft of red light on the left one, just going down from the ceiling and like hitting the dirty bronze plate on the top of the serpent's head. And you see the same with the one on the north with a blue kind of hue to it, and then the one on the right has a green kind of hue to it. And all of
So-
these serpents have like open mouths.
Safis will, if no interjections are presented, Safis will attempt to polish the bronze plates. He says, posing the question to the party.
Carry on, Mr. Safis. I see no other avenues here. Seems good a reason as any.
All right. And Safis will climb up the red statue again and attempt to kind of, use a little bit of the water from his water skin and like a rag to polish the bronze plate to see if that winds up reflecting the light in anywhere in particular. Oh, you now see the red light.
Yeah, as you see the red light, it is reflected by the bronze plate, but it just hits a random place, kind of in the ceiling.
All right. Is there, while I'm still up here, is there a way to kind of like adjust the like angle or like direction of the bronze plate, or is that also just like kind of
Yeah, if you put your whole arm down the serpent, there might be like as you look at it, there's definitely some kind of mechanism down there, and it might not be completely safe.
Could not be completely safe, as in could trigger a trap, or not?
Could definitely be a trap down there. Yeah.
Alright.
Well, this sounds like a job for our bodyguard, if you ask me. Time for the man of the north to prove his mettle, maybe.
No, Uncle, what is the
Perhaps his
casting
friend.
time on the comprehend language? Sorry.
It's a ritual, so 10 minutes.
All right, sure. Go ahead, Alice. You were saying?
I was just saying, perhaps the man from the north, Bjorn, and his companion may be willing volunteers to test out this theory, Mr. Safis.
Theus, what have you been
Paid
doing?
extra for this?
Oh well, as far as I know, Bjorn waived his fee. Also, out of character.
Bjorn, wait, this Bjorn. Like, Bjorn, let me do this. What if I can help here and I didn't waive my fee?
I mean, we haven't discussed your fee yet. But yeah, sorry, out of character. Are we taking a break in it because my bladder is full?
Yes, we're taking a break in a few minutes.
Cool, fantastic.
Perfect.
Right.
I have something that can help here, and I will use my cantrip. I should have. Let me just check. I should have mage hand. Yeah, I use mage hand to create a little mage hand and say, okay, where am I sticking my fist in?
That you see, like the serpent has like a big open mouth.
Okay, should I fist it in the mouth?
Safis
Please.
thinks it's a good idea. Yes.
By all means.
All right, as you're doing this, give me a you're using the mage hand, right?
Yes.
Give me a charisma ability check, please. All right, that is definitely enough. All right, as you take in the mage hand, you find you can feel some kind of trigger in the end. It's almost like this was not built for hands or arms, right? But down in the bottom, you could like kind of pull a little bit, and then there's like this kind of metal handle that you can turn, and when you turn it, the light is reflected on another part in the ceiling. So what do you do?
There's something stuck in his throat. I can't go deeper.
But you pulling that handle is what enabled you to manipulate the serpent's head itself.
Okay, I got him right in the throat.
Right. Safis thinks try to try to aim it at the eye that our good friend Mr. Ost is inspecting. Yeah, this is
I will
Safis'
stand back
idea.
if he's doing this.
Okay, I will try to angle it.
You can only angle it on like to the ceiling, but there is another pyramid-shaped kind of prism in the ceiling in the middle.
Ah, okay. I will try to aim it at the prison, and hopefully from the prison hit the eye.
All right, as you do that, you see the red beam of light going from the ceiling down to the serpent's head, and then over to the prism, and then it is just like you see small red cascading light everywhere, and then like a beam of light going, like a red beam of light going down into the eye on the floor. Nothing
Oh,
happens.
looks like we're seeing red.
Well, perhaps you'd like to proceed with the other two.
GM, I moved to the blue one.
As you go to the blue one in the winter, you see the same arrangement as Theus was mucking around with.
Yeah, and I'm trying to reach it with my hand.
All right. Give me a. I would say give me a sleight of hand check here.
Cool.
19. Nice.
You manage to manipulate the serpent's head. The beam of light is reflected upon the prism at the top, and you now see blue and red light cascading everywhere, and a purple kind of beam going down into the prism below.
I will probably chime up at this point. It says, well, lead from the front, might as well, and I will venture towards the green one and do the same.
Give me another sleight of hand check.
Sleight of hand. I'm using, right, actually, I'll mention that. Sleight of hand.
That is, you are all right. So we just had from Thieves, we had a 19, a 24 from Bjorn, and another 19 from Oust. As the last kind of beam of light come in, all of the beams meet in the top prism, and like a white, completely clean kind of ray of light goes down. And as you see that, you just see the triangular kind of stone shapes opening, and and just like darkness below it, as you have now opened the first door in Can's Passadon. Nongle, as you try to ignore all this hubbub happening around you, you do the comprehend languages, and what you can translate this loosely to, like it's a direct translation. What you can translate it to is, as we have worked together to advance throughout all of time, so too must you to see the true light and penetrate the ground.
I'm going to kind of look. But it seems we need to just focus on the. Oh, never mind.
Safis appreciates the advice, sir.
Well, yes. Always good to double check, isn't it? So,
Yes, could have been a
Okay.
grave warning about some terrible plague. Who knows?
The open hole in the ground seems like just a shaft, just continuing down into darkness.
Well,
I
Safis has
Sorry,
a good
go on.
idea. It always works in this situation, and he will take out a single ball bearing and flick it down the pit in front of him, and listen for it to hit.
Clong, 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 clong. You can just hear it echoing down the shaft for a couple of seconds, maybe. But it wasn't a straight kind of fall. You could definitely hear that.
Okay.
So it's like
if
more
he's
like
doing that, I
Yep.
will light up my drift globe, and I will pretty much just sort of toss it into the middle, and as it activates, it will just kind of float at the top in the center of that circle.
Sure. I will just put the light on you for easiness' sake here.
That's
right?
cool.
That is.
Yep.
How much bright light is it again?
It's the equivalent of a light spell.
So 30-30,
that's-
right?
Yes. Yeah.
36.
There you go. You're lighting up the whole thing. As the drift
Fantastic.
globe comes out, it turns on, woo, just completely covering the whole room in light, and you see in the hole below you, it's just some kind of like slide would be the wrong but it's like a curving kind of circular, weird hallway that just goes like down.
Excellent. Well, I mean,
yeah,
Mr.
go ahead.
Saphis, perhaps.
Hmm.
Lead the way?
Safis would like to make it clear. Safis has 3 ways to get down there. Safis would like to know how interested is the boss man and his legionaries, and he motions to everybody else in the room. Interested in coming down with Safis on a first adventure.
Happy to lead from the front.
Well, then in that case, Safis would recommend, and he kind of like takes out some pythons at this point, hammering these into the ground here to attach ropes. Yes.
Excellent stuff. Carry on.
So Cephas will take the next 5 to 10 minutes or so to kind of hammer in some pythons, specifically avoiding any carvings or wording, just like, like an empty tile somewhere.
Yep.
And after doing so, he will secure his silk rope, one of his 50 feet length of silk rope, to this python and toss it down. Does the rope? I forget if I missed this or not, but does the light from the drip globe illuminate the entire pit?
Yeah, the entire room, it goes down, and then like the hallway takes a turn, and then you
Okay.
can't see anything from there.
Okay, so the entire length of the pit until it
Yeah.
hits bottom. Okay. How far then in that case? How far does the rope go down? Does it go the whole way?
As far as you can see, it's 60 feet.
Okay, so there's like a 10-foot drop at the end.
More like a 40-foot drop at the.
Sorry, I'm good. If the rope is 50
Yeah,
feet,
you gotta tie it though, right?
well, yeah, but
Yeah.
that's not gonna take. That's not gonna take.
Like
20
so, it's more like it's like a slide going around, right? So it's a 100-feet shaft that is not completely like straight.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I misunderstood.
all right,
Okay.
no worries.
Now I got you. Yeah. So then, in that case, the player, now understanding what you meant by that, will tie. So he has 100-foot. He will take his second length of silk rope, tie that to the first length, and now have 100-foot length of rope, and then do the same thing basically.
All right.
All right. Safis will lead the way. Be sure to make sure that you do not let go of the rope, especially if you are in the back. And Mr. Ost, if I may, sorry, he doesn't say if I may. He says, Josephus recommends leaving at least one man up here to ensure if something begins to happen up here, we are told about it. Yes.
Absolutely, and Legionnaire Junior will be taking that watch.
Yes, sir. She says, and then goes out to join the engineers just outside the door.
Yes.
Fantastic.
Wonderful. All right. Safis will go first. You may all follow as you so wish. And Safis will begin to climb down, not using the rope because he has a climb speed.
I will follow using the rope, and then inform Savannah to follow me, and then Arbane to take up the rear.
Yes, sir. And I guess you all climb down.
I wait until everyone. I will be the last. I wait until just before the last.
Secundus Abane, like the corporal, is just looking at you as you are the next to last to go down.
I'm a little bit. I don't really want someone above me, just in case he falls on me. I'm a little bit scared in that regards. Could you please go first, and then just so no one is above me. Otherwise, they could fall on me. It would hurt.
Give me a perception, a persuasion roll, please.
Okay, because of Silver Tongue, I can actually not roll under 10, just so you know. So this one, it's not a 9 because of Silver
It is,
Tongue.
so it's a 23. Okay, perfect.
Uh,
Wow. Okay. Well,
You can treat a D20 as a 10 as a 23. So
23. So he looks at you. It's like, I guess I am wearing a lot of armor, so sure. And he just crawls down in front of.
okay, I will take out my bag of googly eyes. I will go to each statue, put some googly eyes on each one of them, 2 on each of their eyes, and I'll write down Pandora was here. I will take out my little book and make a mark there. close it, and then I will climb down.
As you're climbing down, you have a fond memory of the two of you in a similar situation, like rappelling down, just like a vertical shaft that once had been like a big hallway, in a life long ago. And this is where we'll hold our break. So thanks everybody for watching, and thanks for all the players for staying awake for this thrilling adventure so far. It has been a pleasure. As we are going into the vault of Kans Pasadar in 20 minutes from now. So anything anyone else wants to say?
Nope.
GG's so far. Let's do this.
Precisely. So then I would just say thank you, and we will be right back in 20 minutes. Take care. Hello, everybody, and welcome back as our heroes have been meeting up for the first time. Some of them have been knowing each other, some of them have not, but they have ended up in the depths of Kans Pasadar, an ancient tomb underlying Kanskala, the Sand Sea. Now, after figuring out the first kind of puzzle, they have descended down 100-foot tube and have ended up here in the big antechamber. And I guess you should all be able to see what I can see, what they can see here. So you have all descended down the rope, and you have ended up here. In front of you, you see a room with like pillars upholding a pretty tall ceiling, and then just more of these completely featureless statues everywhere. You can't see any faces or genders or anything. They're just completely humanoid blood shape. And you can see from where you are right now 2 big kind of braziers in front of either a big statue or the wall. On the right, there's a small plinth holding something. So, go ahead and tell me what you guys are doing.
Safis would like to look for traps.
From where you're standing now, Sophis, there's no traps to be seen.
All right.
Nongo
Then,
will look to Nibbles and be like, "Well, this is no place for you," and I will banish Nibbles to his demi-plane, which is a hen house.
All right, you
attend to his flock.
the Nibble says that he is just whisked back out of existence.
then, so looking at the statues, you say they're kind of featureless, but does it look like their features have been worn away, or does it look like they were specifically carved to lack features?
Yes, the last. They were not made to look like anything. The big statue has some kind of, it looks like some kind of features, like a helmet and kind of a breastplate and muscles, but like you can't glean anything off it. It's not like it has a gender, race, or anything.
Yeah. Okay. Then, oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say, so my drift globe should be basically follows me at least 60 feet, or like within 60 feet essentially. So I imagine if I've been told that there are no traps, I will probably just wander a couple of steps into this room. But yeah, I'll keep the drift globe with me just for the sake of the lighting mechanics. So I'll probably move about here.
All right,
Yeah,
the rest of
stuff
you
is
can move
cool.
in as well, so you can see some more. The legionaries follow you out.
Cool.
And you
yeah.
hear Primus Savannah says, "Where the hell have you gotten us down here, sir? The hell is all this?"
Well, we'll find out in a moment. And I'd probably say, just as a sort of general thing, Arbane would would bring up the rear at all times.
Yes, sir.
Or at least near the rear. Obviously, I know that Theus likes to be further back than that. But yeah.
Sophis, as you come in closer, you see like a big double door. Stone with like kind of golden carvings on it. In the middle, you see a large lock that fits a key that seems to have 4 blades. The keyhole is like shielded with something. You're not close enough right now to see it, but it does look like there's some mechanics
Right.
with that. Probably more magical in nature. Mechanical, if you're any judge.
Right, Sophis will jog across, the length of the room just to get a feel for like its whole shape, and then once he does so, will return back over to where the party is, and inform them that basically this room is mirrored on the other side. So presumably there is some kind of puzzle going on here. Sophis thinks these braziers. Yeah.
Can I walk up to this plinth thing here and just have a closer look at like whether it's holding anything?
Yeah, it's holding. It looks like a small keychain almost with 4 lenses on it: 1 red, 1 blue, 1 green, and 1 white.
Okay. And these smaller round things, they're pillars, right? Just yeah, they are. Don't worry.
Yeah,
that was me being silly. Okay, cool. Interesting. And as Safis said, that this was mirrored. If I was to walk into the middle, if I was to walk to the opposite side, on the assumption that there is also a plinth on the other side. Oh, hang on, no, that collides with a wall apparently. There we go. Why is it not letting me move that far? There we go. Yes, so I will probably go and investigate the other plinth just to see if there is a similar situation in terms of the things within it.
You see, like someone carved an arrow into the plinth. Go ahead and give me a religion or give me a religion check because you have studied that.
Okie dokie. There you go.
You're not sure precisely what this is, but this is like you get some Norse vibes from this.
Also, just a quick thing while he's doing that, I'm just going to light my lantern so we can have more than one light source going on in here.
Sure, I will give you a lantern. So now he's just walking around with his hands.
I would call back, and I was saying, perhaps our friend from the north, Mr. Bjorn, perhaps you'd be able to enlighten us as to this symbol.
Sure. GM, I go over and take a look at it.
It looks like a carving, and you have seen these quite a lot of places where Norsemen go, where they feel that they have to leave behind a mark, and you just like scratch a rune into a stone surface. This here you recognize as the T rune, the symbol of Tyr, god of justice.
Yeah, this is a rune from the north.
Peculiar. Very well. Okay. Let's see. And these large statues, are they similar to these smaller statues in terms of their like lack of features?
Yes, they are wearing some kind of armor. It looks like, and their muscles are more featured, but there's still like no face, no kind of species or genitalia.
In which case, I would probably call over to my dwarven colleague and ask him to inspect the braziers on the what would be western side of the room, whilst I peruse these ones.
Just a second before that. In the meantime, Theus, what have you been doing?
Can I look at the statues that are standing here?
Sure, they are rank and file, made of like some kind of sandstone. You would say.
Do they look all the same?
They are identical.
Okay. Nobody's currently looking, right? Like looking at these statues.
I'm not.
Sophis is omnivoyant, so he probably knows whatever you're doing, but won't stop you.
Omnivoyant, very much.
Okay. Can I make a stealth handshake just to see if I can dodge Safi's eyes?
What are you trying to do? Try to tell me what you're trying to do.
I go to the back, like somewhere in the back, just far enough from Safis.
Yeah.
In the darkness, where he has this disadvantage on his perception, where he can't see me that much. I will look at one of the guys there. I will slowly take out my bag, and I will slowly start putting as many googly eyes on statues as I can.
Go ahead and give me a stealth roll, and then yeah, we'll see what happens. 20. That is below the passive
Dirty 20.
perception. Dirty 20. Yeah, is that below the passive perception of
If there's
Saphis?
disadvantage,
Yes.
isn't it 25? Just
Oh,
to know if it's
That is
because of disadvantage of the passive perception. I think it's
Mhm.
-5.
so that will still
Yeah.
be 20 for you, right?
Yeah, it
Saphis?
still doesn't matter. Okay, good.
Yeah.
So,
It is still underneath it. Saphis sees all.
yeah, but does Saphis do anything as this weird man begins to?
Oh,
Begins to-
absolutely not.
Absolutely.
Saphis
Yeah.
is bemused by this act.
Okay, I will very unquietly start putting googly eyes on as many statues in the back as I can, just to differentiate them from the front.
Perfect. Nongle, what are you
In
doing
case
in the
if they're
meantime?
attacking us, I know which one attacked us.
Perfect.
Noggle is going to. How high is this little podium thing with the red, green, blue, and white lenses in it?
A few inches taller than you, or higher.
Good. Okay, I'll get on like my tippy toes and then like, oh, I wish Kevin was here, and I'll kind of stand up and I'll look just out of reach and I'll snap my fingers, cast Mage Hand, and I'll bring those to me.
You are having the you snap the lenses down. They look like they were made to be in here. They are they are some kind of like they remind you of the prisons that were in the other room.
Okay. Could I? Is there any markings on them or anything like that?
No,
I'll reach into my bag of holding. I'll pull up my magnifying glass and I'll just take a really good look at them and see if there's any identifying marks, anything hidden within inside the glass or whatever.
when you're looking through, looking at it, it doesn't seem like they are there are any kind of markings on them. But they do. But you can't see through them, and through them, it's like there's a light coming from the door.
I see. I'll switch the lenses up: red, green, blue, and white. Is it the light changing at all when I look at the door?
It looks like a very bright white light is going through the other side of it's going through the keyhole and just shining on Saphis and Savannah, who clearly can't see this light. As you're just quickly switching it around, you see the braziers have a small reaction when you are looking through the individual lenses. Oust, you were doing.
I was just investigating these braziers and just are they empty or are they
They are
full
empty.
of some kind of substrate? Okay.
They're right now. They look empty and embarrassingly clean, actually.
Mm. Okay.
Bjorn, what are you doing?
I'm looking at the rune. Is it carved in, or is it painted on, or anything in particular?
It is carved in. It's like someone had some kind of knife and just carved it into the sand.
Is it? Does it seem that it's been placed there intentionally with the temple being built, or is it like a marking coming from exploring the temple afterwards? Do you understand my question?
Yeah. Is this something that was designed into this place?
Exactly.
Give me an investigation check.
Oh my god. Investigation. Well, not bad. 15.
15. It looking at the rest of this is very out of place, but you're not sure. Your guess would be not, but there was also a lot of dust everywhere on the other room. So actually, now you think of it, why is there no dust in here? It's almost like the air here is shimmering clean. Saphis, as you have been standing over there with Savannah, and you have a good look at the keyhole, where you see there's a concentric rings across it, so 4 levels of Ouroboros, like the snakes biting their own tail, right?
Right.
And you see inside, as you're looking through it, that there's something you need a bit of light to see, but it's not. There's definitely something, but you can't, with the light you have right now, you can't really make it out.
Fair enough. Then in that case, Safis will go to Ost, who has a magical light source. As Safis would like to borrow your drifting globe, Mr. Ost.
Sure. And I think the range for me is 60 feet, so I'd probably just like let it float over there. I think I can do that. I think that's right.
Sure, you can do that.
But yeah. So I just kind of like, if it's just hovering in the air, I kind of just like nudge it slightly, and it just kind of, because it's in the air, there's just no resistance. It just kind of bobs on over to you.
Fair enough.
Even with the light of the drift globe, it doesn't seem like the rings, like the concentric rings, with the kind of, there's like kind of a force field that is interfering from the light,
Interesting.
Nongol, did you? Sorry, go on.
All right. Safis would like to say, it seems just judging by the room and the room we came through, it seems this door needs the light reflected upon it from a specific type of source. There are several marks from the same self-eating snake. Those crystals in the container, perhaps, by our Mr. Pillarman.
You guys see that Nongol right now has a small box in his hand. It's kind of like elaborate, but it's got like gears and stuff all over it. You can see him kind of snapping things off of it as he quickly starts to make what looks like almost a monocle for these lenses, so that he could kind of flip through them, and he kind of mounts it on his face.
You know what? You don't even need to give me a tinkering tick on that. All right, so
Okay.
what lens do you use first?
I am going to put all the lenses down.
When you put all the lenses
that's
down,
what
I'm going to go through all of them.
when you put all the lenses down, you only see the light from the door, and you see Safis trying to make something up.
I'll lift them all up and just have the white one.
When you just have the white one, you see this brassiere over here begins to have a small kind of shine to it.
I will, as quick as my little gnomish legs can carry me, I'll run over there and I will take a look at this brassiere and see what's up. What did you find here? What is this?
As you look down in the brassiere with the lens in front of you, and you see this as well, Ost, you see kind of a scene kind of materializing inside of the brassiere. You see strong sun over beautiful orchards, birds flying through the sky, and you hear a voice inside of your own head that just says, "Blue, life, violent forces, energy manifested, a blaze within the earth and ourselves."
Well, that's bloody mysterious. And do I ascertain that this has happened as a result of Nongol interacting with this in the lens?
Yes.
Or is it scale? Right.
You ascertained that correct.
Mr. Nongol, perhaps you could indicate to us the other lenses to which the brazier should go in terms of the color.
Nongol will flick one of the lenses up to green, and he'll take a look around the room.
This one up here begins to glimmer a little bit.
That one is green. This one is white. I'll go over so I can actually get a decent look, and then I'll flip to red.
This one is red, and this one, when you flip to the last one, is blue.
I will.
Which matches the colors of the concentric shields on the lock.
I will ask him. Just, do you mind if I take the green one? I'll give it back. Maybe, possibly, depends.
Fine. Take it down. I'll just kind of pop the lens out and hand it over to us.
Cool.
I
will. Sorry.
You are now in possession of the green lens.
Okay. In possession of the green lens, I will, just holding it in front of my eye, just so I can see things. I will walk over to this brazier and, So, to see the scene previously, did he put the lens in the brazier, or was it a case of he just looked through the brazier?
He looked through it. It's like the act of perceiving
Cool.
Is
Okay.
what does something. So
All
what
right, so
you
I'm going to walk over to Austin and take a look in there with him. But as I do that, I'm going to quickly cast See Invisibility.
Ooh,
sure.
good shout.
When you cast See Invisibility, nothing happens. So, or you now can perceive invisibility, but it doesn't seem like any invisible
Surrounded
creatures are
by
nearby.
creatures. Okay.
And,
I'll try to hide my disappointment.
as you look down this, another manifestation comes up, and you see a flash of pale sunlight, snow melting, flowers blooming, and you hear the same voice. The circle starts. From entropy, rebirth. From rebirth, the wheel starts anew.
Can you just put these in chat so we can take a look?
Yeah, sure.
Thanks.
And just now that I'm stood here, this area off to the right-hand side, is this another like corridor off? Sort of over this way.
Yeah, you look up there. There's another like tube leading up there.
Oh, it's a tube down rather than like
Yeah.
an actual straight corridor. Okay, cool. That's fine. That's interesting. Okay, yeah, I will probably return to this one. So Nongle, this would appear to me the one to start with, maybe. But this perhaps is worth checking the rest.
Of course.
Björn walks over to Nonkel. Blue, and he puts forward his hand.
Here you are. Where's that? Where's your dancing partner?
Dancing.
Yes. Singing. Entertainer. Where are you?
Thieves.
At this point, I have my penis tool out and just want to see if I can draw like some features on them. They look like pale face, like they're empty faced, right? I draw some features on them just to make them look a little bit friendlier, just to differentiate the booby eyes. How many am I going through?
Well, I think you would be probably done with this whole batch here, knowing the quickness of these. Like they have weird monocles and mustaches and like a Jigglypuff paintings all over their faces, right?
Yeah, and I write on the back of each one, Pandora was here.
All right. Everyone in the common script or in the Hajari script.
No, in Sylvan.
In Sylvan, okay. Weird kind of letters everywhere. Okay. Just because, just to make sure everybody is doing anything. Safias, like you have been inspecting these doors fervently, and as you're looking at the keyhole there, what you see is on the inside very clearly a glyph of warding.
Oh.
Like covering the whole inside of the key, like the of the keyhole, and then it's tied somehow to the concentric circles on the outside. It is. You're pretty sure if you fuck around with this too much, this will not end well for anyone. This will explode and you will all be buried.
Right. So to be clear, does that seem, just going off of his experience, does this seem to be a trap for people who are attempting to force open the door, or a trap for anybody that opens the door?
A trap for someone trying to force it. So
Okay.
if you try to damage the door,
Okay, that makes sense.
probably, judging from the key, like it is pretty complicated, but you could probably open it if you could get to it.
This is true, but that is boring. Forcing open doors is untasteful, in Sufis's opinion, most times. But with that in mind, Sufis will head over to his compatriots, or at least the largest conglomerate of them, and will inform them. Sufis has made another note. The door is warded against thievery and breaking and entry, so Safis heavily suggests we find the correct method for opening the door, lest we risk a rather dangerous explosion and possibly reburying the site entirely.
The correct
Earning your
way.
pay.
Safis is worth its pay. But that aside, Safi sees that you have been fumbling with these pretty rocks and these razors. Is there something afoot?
Margot will take the last, the red lens, and I'll hand it to Safis.
Safi is now holding a red lens, yes. But
if you go down to the one down there on the bottom, go take a look through that one. Bjorn, if you look through the other one as well, I'll go with Safis. Ask if you go with Bjorn. That is that dancer.
Look through it. I just wanted to do one.
Oh, well, actually, yes, you can hold this for now, but if you look through it into this actual brazier, you might find something. You might see a vision of sorts.
Safi is fascinated. He will go and do so. Zoom.
Saphis, as you go down, look through, you see like leaves going from green to yellow to red to brown, blowing away in the wind. You see rain, lightning, storms, and you hear the voice. Chaos, decay. The end bears his head. And in adversity, faith. In faith, power both bold and impure. But in the right hands comes priestly commands, does more cure.
Oh, yeah, that's a big one.
Bjorn, do you go to the blue one?
I walk over here, and I don't know. Do I stumble over Theus?
Yeah, you see Theus like down. Like Theus, are you trying to like hide or?
No, I'm currently finishing drawing breast and genitals on them, and then I look over to Bjorn.
Theus, look, I got a blue rock.
So you're seeing blue.
I show him the lens.
You're feeling blue? Wait, what do you see?
When you're looking through the lens, you see this brazier up here, like glowing, like slightly blue.
Something shiny.
Let me look too. Wait. Let's both look at.
I go towards them.
As you go up and you look down, you see first nothing, and then it materializes a new thing. It is you see endless icy wastes, you see cold dark nights under a starless sky. You hear the voice, hunger and death. It comes at the end of that covers what once was life. It sleeps forever less. The wheel starts anew. And then you see the frost hanging around you from the pelt of the white bear of legend, like interacts with this kind of picture that manifested. And then you see blue flames sprouting up.
This is perfect.
As the frost creates a bright blue flame that just starts lighting up that.
Wow,
And
this lens is crazy.
I love this blue rock.
And Primus Savannah goes, up show. One of the first rings are gone now, sir.
Same.
There's the rings on the keyholes. One of them is gone.
Yeah,
Excellent.
Safis assumes we put these in the correct places and the door will open.
Well, Bjorn did not.
So you didn't put it in. Yeah. Okay. Just checking.
So what did Bjorn physically do with the lens then?
Bjorn is always surrounded by like 10 feet of winter and frost. It seems like that frost, the cold of that, had a kind of interaction with the brazier.
I understand now. All right. Then, Safis thinks maybe it is not light, but it is a offering of some kind. Yes, some kind of element.
Naga will take a look at the red one. And he'll once again repeat. Well, chaos decay, the end bears its head in adversity, faith in faith, hope. Power, bold and impure, but the right hands with priestly commands does more than cure. Maybe it's asking for a cure. And Naga will pull out a bag of, it looks like sand. And he will sprinkle some healing dust into the brazier.
As you do that,
You can, Cephas, you could definitely hear that he's mumbling some sort of incantation under his breath.
as you do that, Nungle, nothing happens to it. You see the dust falling down, shimmering, and then just dies. Give me an Arcana check.
Yeah, I can do that. I've got a little bit of skill in Arcana. 27.
Was it 27? You like that didn't work, but thinking about schools of magic, this could, if this is not any kind of invocation or specific like kind of healing or aid or anything, it might be talking about the duality of necromancy magic.
Oh, okay. I will. I'll take a look and say, Cephas, watch this, and we'll summon a ghostly hand that will appear in the middle of the brazier as I cast Chill Touch.
And as you do that, red flames burst up, and another concentric ring is removed.
Cephas will take note of this. Very well
There's
done.
2 more. Quick! Let's get these open.
Yes, quite.
Quite.
Cephas will trot over the other 2. It seems that it is not an element per se, but a magic instead. Then I suppose we must match a school, perhaps? Or maybe it is simply just a type of magic? I do not know.
I mean,
This
of
is
course,
beyond Cephas.
by the conventicle itself, obviously none of us are, sanctioned magic practitioners apart from yourself, Nongle. What I would try and do is, whilst Nongle is doing that, just on the off chance, I would just kind of very quietly, surreptitiously try and just dump an Eldritch Blast into the brazier that I'm stood next to, just on the off chance. I don't know.
Just on the off chance, you do this gently, I guess, right?
I probably I try and put my hand beneath like the rim of it, so like you can't see it actually come out of my hand or anything like that.
It's just a giant flash of green energy from behind you, and you're like,
Gently
"Oh, what was that?"
and I just try and cough over it, like, sorry about that. Just
Nope, it's
dust.
not.
Yeah,
That didn't do the trick for you.
thought so. Okay.
What school is actually Eldritch Blast again?
Evocation. Okay, so we have white, strong sun of orange. So is it?
The white is bloom, life, violent forces, energies manifested, ablaze with the earth and ourselves.
I wonder whether it's. Sorry, go on.
No, I think we're
It's
just...
whether it's actually the school or whether it's the type of effect it's having. So, for example, cold, necromantic, something else, but
Could be both. Could be both, either or. It doesn't quite matter.
true.
This is taking too long. Mine is lit. Come on.
Well, I mean, if you have ideas, then feel free to chip in at any point.
Well, you didn't see Bjorn cast any spells.
Yes.
No, it was the effect on the area, wasn't it? More than anything.
As if he thinks maybe conjuring something for this white one, maybe even a green one.
Okay.
Perhaps.
I will.
I'll make Nibbles appear inside this brazier here in the white one.
The chicken.
Sacrifice the chicken.
The chicken tries to peck on the bottom of the brazier. Nothing happens.
That was the white one, wasn't it? I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The white one.
A bloom, life, violent forces, energy manifested, ablaze with the earth and ourselves. All right, so I'll tell Nibbles to get the hell out. And I'll cast firebolt on it. See if that works.
Nibbles gets out of the. I'll just find Nibbles here.
Just in time.
It gets out before he becomes fried chicken, and as the fire hits the brazier, white flames sprout up as
Well, that's good.
a third concentric ring is removed.
Then Cephis thinks I was right the first time. It was the element, and it just so happened to align with his school the first time. That case.
I'm afraid I don't really have the means to produce whatever this would be.
Well, let's see what it is. What do you think we should do? Maybe I would have something in my arsenal.
Cephis thinks maybe the
Nibbles.
chicken.
Nibbles will jump up in the bowl and start pecking again. Damn it, Nibbles!
Clonk, 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 clonk. Bagak, bagak.
Art.
Nongle, whilst
I'll
this may
back
not be
off.
the time, I may have in a moment some use for your cock. But we'll talk about that in a moment. I am at a bit of a loss with this.
Give
Can I-
a
So just to be clear, Nibbles did jump
Can I
in
walk
the
over
green
there?
Sure.
one, right?
sure.
Nibbles jump to the green one, and then when he starts pecking around making a noise, I'll just banish him back to his little tiny.
Okay, so that didn't do anything. Good to know.
Flash of pale sunlight, snow
Well
melting,
then, what
flowers
do you
blooming.
already have? Well, what do you actually already have tried?
Cephis thinks we have tried introducing a not alive creature. Cephis thinks perhaps plant magic.
Well, we could try
Starts from entropy.
something like. I will cast precipitation into the bowl. Walk up to there. Maybe transmutation.
Circle starts from entropy, rebirth. From rebirth, the wheel starts anew. Well, if that's healing magic, that would be evocation.
Well, try transmutation. What happens?
The DM said he'll be back in like 20 seconds, so we'll find out in 20 seconds. But yeah, so maybe transmutation, maybe a transmutation effect, a plant-based spell, or healing.
As you cast the prestidigitation down the brazier, nothing happens either. It wasn't even dirty, so it wasn't like you cleaned it.
Nongle, do you have any means of conjuring or perhaps manipulating the earth itself?
The earth itself. We think.
Some way of molding.
Give me a history check, Aus.
A moment. Professor Nogel, Cephis
no.
thinks maybe attempting your using your dust one more time.
Suppose I could. I'll once again sprinkle some more dust, and anyone that's quite perceptive will definitely hear me. It's not just dust; it's casting a spell as well.
All right.
That was a 14 on that history check as well.
As the healing magic comes down there, green flames comes to life, casting you all in an area,
Well,
and the
that's
last
good.
concentric circle is removed.
Good work, everybody.
Sir, it looks like the keyhole over here is bare, sir.
Bear, did you say?
Bare, yes, sir. It is undefended.
Ah,
She says, like taking a few steps back.
Well-
Cephis will be the judge of this. He says, going over to make sure it is actually untrapped at this point.
No, that is the glyph of warding is no longer there in the same capacity. You think like the keyhole itself is now accessible, but you think if you try breaking down the door, it will still explode.
Mr. Nongle, before we attempt to enter the other room, perhaps you can assist me. Your companion, your feathered companion, would it have any means of venturing back up the tube over here? And I would walk over to this bit here, where we have the tube the opposite side. Obviously, chickens can't fly, so... but yeah.
You'd be surprised at the powers that Nibbles does possess.
You never fail to amaze. Perhaps you wouldn't mind sending your fellow up there and just having a brief look around, just lay of the land. This is appears to be another form of entrance, and I do wonder.
Oh, very well. I will. I'll summon Nibbles right to there.
It looks at you with his big dumb eyes.
Nongal will, his head, eyes will kind of roll back into his head as all of a sudden his eyes turn like jet black and they look like chicken eyes as he takes the vision of his familiar Nibbles.
Bugag.
Look.
And Nibbles is just scrapping up the tube.
Yeah, Nibbles gonna run up and see what it is.
Few feet up, it gets hard. It's just a big empty tube. It goes up roughly the same way the other went down. So there must have been another entrance somewhere.
Okay, perfect. That Nongal will snap out of his eyes, turn back to regular, like gnomish eyes. He'll look over to Austin. It appears to be another exit, but I don't think we're done yet quite yet.
Safis,
Very well.
Safis would recommend then we go and potentially open this other exit first. In Safis's experience, it is better to make sure that what is behind you is clear before you open the, gesturing towards the big door, the fancy door.
Couldn't agree more, Mr. Safis. Happened to see that you were quite the climber. Perhaps you might fare better than Nibbles. Yeah.
Safis will do this quite easily, and will proceed to climb up the area.
As you climb up the tube on that side, you see you come up and there's like a hallway with a few pillars in it, and you can like go through that, and then there's like another tube that goes up. It's weird. It's not like it's made for things that has legs. And at some point, as you come over, you see like it just keeps on having a slope all the way up, and you see like almost like a skylight of crystals that sends 4 beams down, like 3 beams of light down, 1 red, 1 blue, 1 green, presumably to the first room. So this is like a back entrance that is sealed off in some way.
Yeah.
It's like you could continue for like a couple of 100 feet up and break the glass if you wanted to.
So you're saying it's so.
Let me try
The light-
to.
Yeah, I'm confused to where the light is going. So like I reached the top of this slide/staircase structure.
First, you
there's,
come
like-
up, and there's a hallway. It's like a 200-meter tube, then a hallway, then another 500-meter tube that then just continues up at a slope that you could actually almost walk on. And then at the end of that, there's like a kind of a crystal ceiling that is sending the beams of light in.
Okay, so. Okay, sorry, I'm terrible at this. So
No
it's
worries.
it's the structure connecting this floor that we're on now to a
Yes.
hallway. That hallway leads to another effectively a staircase or
Yes.
a ramp case, which leads up to another room that has crystals filtering in light. Correct?
That is all there is. There might be some kind of religious or otherwise significance to this, but
so
from what you can glean of it, it's just like two rooms, one of which supports the first room.
okay. So no no symbols, no statues, no letterings or paintings, nothing like that.
Nope, a few columns or pillars. That's it.
Okay. Well, then if he doesn't notice anything, Safis will just kind of take down what few details there are in this room, and will descend back to the party. And Safis has explored this area. It is relatively small and uninteresting. There are no markings or runes. There is a room at the top of a second case of ramps that is illuminated by several crystals, though it does not seem to be any kind of... It seems to be a meditational room of some kind, though it is empty.
Fair enough. Either way,
Whilst-
not an
whilst
exit.
perhaps
So.
maybe one of your guards could stand guard, or I could have nibbles.
I fully intended to leave Arbane covering our exit in this room. So
Yes.
Now,
up to
sir.
you. Yeah, and I'd probably just have him stationed probably where Savannah is now once we go into the next room.
Sure. All right, sir. And he takes like a position in the middle of his big shield and his gladius ready. Keeping
Don't enjoy
watch.
yourself too much.
No, sir.
Yes.
I'm underground in some kind of shitty statue room. I'm not enjoying myself, sir.
Ah, lovely stuff. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Are the flames hot?
No.
Can I put my hand in there?
Yeah, you can.
Doesn't hurt.
Nope.
Roll for
It feels like a gentle breeze.
Wow. Bjorn, check this out. Woo.
What?
And we're trying to make forms into flames.
And you're having a trippy moment with the fire. Safis, what are you doing?
Safis is... This is a good question. What is Safis doing? Safis will move to the door. So as best as Safis can tell, the door is still locked, but the lock mechanism itself is now unguarded.
Precisely. So this is when, if you had the key, you would put it into the lock.
Right.
And it's a key, like, is it like a standard keyhole? Like, can you see all? Can you see through to the opposite side, or is it?
It's a four keyhole, and on the other side you just see white light, like a four-bladed keyhole. Yeah. If that makes sense, it's like an X shape.
Would the lenses fit through it?
No, it would not. You could probably like throw them in there, but it probably wouldn't help.
If I didn't know better, chaps, I'd say that the key was probably where that lovely carving is now, but it's obviously been had away.
Safis would agree, but Safis would also like to point out that means it was stolen a very, very long time ago. Seeing as a mountain had to be moved to get here.
Quite true. Quite true.
What is that arrow there?
Yeah, Safis.
Oh, you haven't seen Theus. This is a rune from the north. You know, I talked about Tyr. You remember?
Oh yeah.
This is
maybe the rune has something to do with the key. Like, do you remember anything, Bjorn?
Yeah, you know, Tyr. He's the god of justice, and he's very brave.
Anything regarding a key that it could help us?
Give me a religion roll.
Me?
Yeah.
Right, before he rolls, I want to inspire him before he rolls.
Sure. Go ahead and roll 1d10 on top of that.
Wait, my
Inspiring song. Let's go.
Inspiring song. And I look at you in the eye, and I say, "Oh yeah, that's good." I want you rage and want to see you war dance. You and me could have a bad romance. I want to slaughter all your kills are revenge. You and me could have a bad romance. Oh, a Barbarian and Bob romance.
I love it so much.
He just called you a barbarian, and it helped you a lot. You remember the tales of Tyr, the one-handed god, who one of Loki's children, Fenrir, the big monstrous wolf. They needed to chain it, and the Aesir and the Vanir they tried all the largest ropes and chains in Valhalla, but nothing could hold the great wolf. But what happened then was that they commissioned a chain from the dwarven people of Nidavellir, who created a thin, small chain, but that was stronger than any seen before. And then Tyr would approach the wolf, but the wolf would get suspicious about this small chain, so it would demand that one of the guards would hold their hand in the mouth of the great wolf as it was tied, and Tyr volunteered to do so. Then, when the great wolf Fenrir found out that it has been tricked and actually been tied by a small thin chain, it bit off his hand.
I
don't.
I
You
tell
don't-
the story and I add a little, and there was actually 3 change. In the beginning, the first one it broke, and the second one it broke that as well. And like I just add to everything you say.
Sure. But nothing about a key. You don't know who would have been down here and made this, but you can't see how the specific religious connotations of Tyr, the god of war and justice, would help you in this situation.
Nongo will look over to Saphis. What? You're crafty with your hands. Can't you just pick that lock?
Stuff is good, but that is boring. Safis would much rather find this key. He
Very
says with like a
well.
completely straight face. But that said, Safis has idea. Perhaps the symbol here, Mr. Bjorn, you say it is a symbol of something? What was it again?
Oh, it's the symbol of Tyr, the god of war, justice, and bravery.
Yes,
And-
what are those things?
Yeah, and he put his hand into the wolf's mouth. You know, Fenrir. He will eat the sun when Ragnarok comes.
Safis nods along. It's
And
This is
sorry.
do you
go ahead.
do you think, Safis, that this carving could like make a key in some sense?
Yes, perhaps. The key is shaped, and he kind of like crosses his arms like this. So perhaps 2 of these at the right angle, cross them maybe. It's an idea,
how
but
big
we
is
would still have to
the
make it.
how big is the hole for the lock? Like the actual keyhole?
Like the circumference of it, no,
Yeah.
not the circumference, like the diameter of it would probably be 6 inches. For
So
each.
hand sized.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
But you're pretty sure if the key was like, there would be no reason to keep the key in the room you were supposed to keep locked.
GM, I'm gonna pull out a small metal thing, of which one I speak,
Yes.
and I put it down into the room. Safis, do you know of some way to maybe heat this up so it would melt into and use this like kind of a form?
Safis thinks a forge would be precise enough.
This
Safis does not make a habit of melting things down and turning them into other things.
shard in front of you is like the size of a small knife, so you probably couldn't make it into a key that size.
Safis
Maybe
thinks
something more moldable.
Safis thinks maybe wood carving or stone carving or.
Can I check that there are that each of these smaller figures, these statues, which I probably would now see are all covered in cock and balls and writing that I can read. It's like
Well,
I don't know who Pandora is, but very peculiar. Are all of the hands
You can
intact?
read Sylvan? You can
Yep.
read Sylvan? Oh
Yep.
boy, shit.
The hands
Um,
are attached, but they are formless. Like they are just like.
But all of the statues have their hands intact though.
Yes, they
Is
do.
the main thing. Okay, cool.
GM, I take away the shard and instead I put in the lens.
Put down the lens on the table, and nothing really happens as you do this. And Secundus Abane looks at you as you're like mulling around, like mucking around with that, and he says, "Oi, seems to me, right, that this is probably some kind of vault kind of thing, right? So a big bank kind of, right? So if there was supposed to be a key in here, we would probably see it, but the key would probably be somewhere else. So right now we're shit out of luck if you want the key. So some of us could just try to pick that lock, maybe." Savannah says, "Well, not the stupidest thing I've heard today."
I mean, that's a Legion education for you, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes.
You know, I don't keep my key in the door, you know.
Yes, but
Mr. Saphis, I appreciate that this is
yes,
not the most fun, but perhaps just this once, you'd oblige us.
Saphis agrees.
Before he picks the lock, I will inspire him. Let's
One
see.
more song.
If you can,
First of all, I have to use the previous, and this is my second. So I will look at the cat and sing him. Let's see. That's good. Okay. This is something.
This isn't
that
What's New
you
Pussycat.
already had- Yeah. No. Don't go for Pussycat Gods. This was something. Okay. Look for the inspiration dice. They make attacks and checks so nice. Forget about your misses and your fail. Do. And when you're down and out of luck, don't worry, I will pick you up. My inspiration magic comes to you. It comes to you. It comes to you.
Saphis will clap a little bit.
by the power of breaking the fourth wall, you find you find yourself inspired.
Then Saphis will attempt to use his tools, but he does not know how to use them on this particular virtual tabletop.
Ah, yes. I will tell you.
I figured it out. I must find them in my inventory.
In your inventory, where it says thieves' tools, just where there should be a picture, just press that. Do you have
Saphis has figured it out. Yes.
All right. As you.
So with so that's a 16. I will then roll the d10. How do I roll just a straight
Don't
d10?
you have reliable talent?
No, I don't, because I'm only 8 levels of rogue.
In the left-hand side, there's like a dice icon. Press that, and it's just like and you can just choose the dice.
There we go. All right.
And then just 1d10.
So what is your? Yeah, is it a
1d10.
d10, Theus? Okay.
Also, because of unfair inspiration, if you fail, you keep your
that's
inspiration
pretty good.
dice.
So 17.
17. Okay.
Also, I want to be clear. I haven't on the actual die today. I haven't rolled anything higher than a 9.
Oh wow.
You're a poor man.
Yeah. It's fine because I have like plus 12 to all the things I want to roll, but still.
You spend some time mucking around with it, and then at some point you find a place where you can probably open it from this, but you're pretty sure that it will unleash not the full force of the Cliff of Warding, but some of it on you if you force it now. The door will open, but you will probably have to jump for your life after you do.
Saphis cracks his knuckles a little bit, realizing this. Saphis recommends stepping back. Saphis thinks it is possible the trap, this a magic rune will trigger and cause an explosion.
One moment. Mr. Nongle, I hate to put you on the spot here, but you don't happen to have any means of dispelling such a glyph?
Well, such as Saphis doesn't like spoiling things by he wants to find a key instead of pick a lock. I am not one to spoil magic. It's in my other spell book.
Very well. Mr. Saphis, if you wouldn't mind taking it away. And I will, Arbane and Savannah will also move back to a safe distance.
Did he fail? Just a question, did he fail?
He did fail, but we are failing
so
forward
he keeps
right
his
now.
inspiration dice. So
You're still inspired, yeah. Theus and Bjorn, are you still standing back over there, or did you get closer?
I will come closer.
I'm going next to Theus, and I'm saying it was a great song, but pick you up or pick a lock, like right in this case, you could have chose the other.
Safis, go ahead and give me a dexterity saving.
So I don't get to try to pick it again, or am I
No,
just sitting here?
you get to open it, but you get to make a dexterity saving throw. But you have evasion, so there's a good chance that
Yes.
you're good, right?
All right. Yes. I'm also going to double check one of my features to make sure, because I have
You have
Dungeon
advantage.
Delver
So
on
no,
saving-
you have
yeah.
resistance. I think.
Nope.
Is it
I
advantage?
have advantage on saving throws made to avoid traps, and I have resistance to damage dealt.
So you have advantage
Oh,
on
man.
this.
I am what we call specialized.
The Swiss Army knife of breaking
Splinter
and entering.
Cell.
Yeah. I am okay. So now the
A
question
cat
becomes:
burglar. Oh yes, he's a cat burglar.
No, I'm a cat grave robber. There's a difference.
Go ahead and give me a dexterity saving throw. You just press the dexterity label in your
Okay.
sheet and choose saving.
Saving throw. Yes, so I do. All right.
And you have
that would-
advantage. 20.
So that
you
would
just
be a 20. I'm going to use the inspiration just in case.
Sure.
I don't know. Why not? 10. So
Nice.
30.
30.
You hear
He
the
was
click
never there.
and you see white light coming out and like just coils of electricity around you, and you just make like a backflip 10 feet back as you see the door open wide in front of you.
Hmm.
What you see on the other side, let me just get this as a snipe. What you see on the other side is just a large circular room. The floor here is different. It's like plates of metal, and then you see the big whirring kind of white light in front of it. And behind it, you see like a portal kind of vroom, 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 just hanging in midair.
I would sprint forward into this room.
You sprint
Cephis
forward.
would stop you at the doorway.
As,
Cephis would ask that you just wait a moment. This looks very expensive, and expensive things tend to have more than one trap. So just
as
a
you
brief
see
moment.
the outer rim of the lighting is just bronze coils that when Ost treads like a couple of feet more into the room, just keeps going round. All right, everybody gets an action before something else happens. Bjorn, what do you do as you see this?
Oh my god! Explain one more time. The room is filled with bronze.
No, the room is filled with lights.
Yes.
White lights, and there's just like endless space around this round platform upon which rests 6 large columns going up into the darkness above, holding the ceiling. On the
Cool.
platform, the floor is made of, it seems like plates of stone and metal, and the outer rim of this carving here, the glowing carving, is filled with bronze that are starting to rotate slowly.
Cool. I think I just go like wow, and then I go a bit forward.
All right. Next up will be Theus. What do you do?
Okay, I will walk up to Bjorn, say, "You got this, champion." I will first of all cast Gift of Alacrity just in case on him.
All right.
Let's see, Gift of Alacrity, just in case. I will walk forward, see what's going on. Just walk in. All right,
Sure.
guys, what's going on here? Shit.
Oust. I won't give you any movement, but you can do something or say something because you already sprinted.
I would say and do nothing. I would stand in awe and watch.
All right. Then next one up is Nongle.
Noggle will move forward 25, and he will look at this. And do I get an inherent sense of danger?
Do you have any features that would give you that?
No, not necessarily.
No, you
Passive
just
perception of
see
30.
you see there's definitely something about the floor of this. Safish, you can also see that there are some kind of mechanisms under it. and the bronze coil around the carving of the winged snake seems to be moving and might actually materialize itself in one way or another in a second.
Okay, then I will have Nibbles stay where he is, so he's not going anywhere, and I will summon a mage hand.
Cast
And
mage
that's
hand.
all I'm doing.
All right. And last one, Cephis.
Cephis will click together his click together his wing boots to activate them and kind of just like be hovering about an inch off the ground, just in case something really wild starts happening. And also with that, he will turn to his party members. Cephis thinks it is good to wait a moment. There are mechanisms. Cephis can see mechanisms all under the floor and throughout the room, and yeah, it's just kind of what he says because he is. While he is used to raiding tombs, he's not used to raiding these kinds of tombs, and this is very new
Yeah.
to him.
Cool.
All right. Primus Savannah goes up like a few steps and says, "What the fuck is this?" Bronze circle just clunk, 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 just rotates around, and you see out of it a serpent with electricity dripping from its fangs forms up in the middle of the room, hissing at you. What you see behind it, and this is only you, Orst, you see letters being scribbled in your handwriting on the stone floor behind it, and it says, "Free us, Oust."
Very well.
Whoa.
And only us sees that, correct?
Only Oust sees that, yeah.
Okay, good to know.
And everybody, please roll initiative. So what you do is you right-click your token, and then the sword and shield icon, and then you go to the not the chat but the hand icon, the combat tracker.
I feel like I am. Okay, yeah.
Bjorn got a 7 point. What? Hello? How are we getting decimal rolls?
Decimal is called a tiebreaker, so that will.
Okay.
Yeah. So if someone rolls the same thing, right?
Bjorn, go ahead and roll 1d8 for me to add that on top of your initiative.
Good.
I do not believe I am rolling my initiative. Sorry, could you go through it
no.
one more time? It's
Yeah.
right-click on your token,
Right.
left-click on the toggle
Yes.
combat state.
Then you go to the combat tracker. The combat tracker is in the top right. There's like a bar of icons. The top left is the chat. The one right next to that with a hand on it. You press on that. If you
Alright,
right-click
and
that, the combat tracker can be popped out.
Got you. Oh boy.
All right.
I actually have advantage on this because of Natural Explorer.
I should have given you. No, you don't have. Just roll another d20 and we'll edit.
Yeah, I think I do. I might be misremembering exactly.
And you get a 4, Jonas. So I will just bump you up to 11. I did it.
So I got a 22 total.
22 total for Cephis, the quickest man on the block. All right. And with that, combat begins. And let's see here. Cephis, what are you doing?
Cephis, being flabbergasted at what he's looking at right now, will fly. He has a fly speed of 30 feet. That's a good question. Where will he fly? Kind of diagonally up 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. Kind of half taking cover behind this pillar and 15 feet up in the air or something like that.
Sure. If you right-click your token, there's like a 0 with an arrow on it. If you make that into 15, we can see on your token that is 15 above ground.
Oh, okay, good to know.
Represents your flight height.
Yes. So, and from there, now I'm going to double check this to make sure this is right, so I don't just make this up. Let's see. Where is... well, first off, I'm going to assume this is not counting as a humanoid creature, correct?
It is not. This is definitely made of bronze and things. You can see under its snake-like serpent body. You can see how the plates of the ground is like opening slightly, and you see colored ropes going in and out of the serpent and into the ground.
All right. So then, in that case, so because I have 2 levels in Ranger, I have advantage on attacks made against. On the first round of combat, I have advantage on attacks made against creatures that have not acted in this combat yet. That is a mouthful.
So you get sneak attack as well. Yes, that is correct.
Correct. So that's what I wanted to double check. So with that in mind, I will roll my longbow attack, and I will get a. I don't know if that's a natural 20 or 20 with modifiers. That is a 20 with modifiers. Once
Dirty
again,
20.
I haven't. Yeah. Wait,
Then your sneak
so,
attack
yeah,
is
so
46, right?
yes. So how do I roll?
Right now, just roll. The damage has already been rolled, as you see. It says damage piercing. I will just go in and add to your longbow sneak attack, so it will say that it will automatically add it next time you roll it.
Oh, also that should
then-
actually be 8 damage, by the way, because I'm attuned to bracers of archery.
All right. I will add both of those into your bow. 1 second.
All right. Thank you.
So that is now fixed, and you will have your sneak attack. So go ahead and just
Roll
yeah,
46.
just roll 46 from the. Perfect. Oh, that's
Oh,
nasty.
nice.
Beautiful.
All right. Gorgeous.
You see the arrow flies out. You find a chink in between 2 of the big bronze scales, and you see your arrow hitting the plates of this large creature, definitely hurting it in some way.
Mhm.
You see no the arrow goes in and just sticks kind of out between two links of the serpent.
Right. So then, okay. So to finish up my turn, I'm going to. I actually have a fly speed of 35 because it's equal to my movement speed, which is 35. So I'm going to fly straight up another 10 feet if I can,
Sure.
and then I'm going to bonus action try to hide.
Hide behind one of the pillars. Sure. Give me
Yeah.
a stealth check.
All right. And just because this is always wonky, and I find that every DM does this differently. When you are rolling a stealth check in combat to be considered hidden, do you move then try to hide, or do you try to hide then move?
I will say move then try to hide. That would be my call right now.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure I knew how that worked. So then going to attributes, rolling a stealth check, which is here. That is a 24? No, 22, because I don't have advantage on this.
You guys see Saphis flying up, his small wings of his boots just an arrow mid-flight hits the serpent as he just goes up behind one of the pillars, disappearing from sight. And then just press the end turn or the right arrow in the combat tracker.
There we go.
Theus, you're up.
Holy shit! Bjorn, this is your area of expertise. I will take a look at my wristwatch at my right hand. Actually, no, he's left-handed, so it's actually on the left hand. So, he will speak some words in Sylvan, and from that wristwatch, you will see almost fairy glitter coming out, and the fairy glitter will wrap around Bjorn's weapon, and it will cast holy weapon on Bjorn's weapon.
Oh,
Nice.
that's nasty. Okay, can you describe how this looks to us? How does this?
Like, it's essentially he took he's looking at his wristwatch, where he is concentrating, whispering something in Sylvan, and as the fairy glitter wraps around the axe, you see like structures which look like clogs appearing on the weapon. And then he will look at Noggle and say, "You are a wizard, right? Yeah. Do you have any
Yes.
big spells?"
I have one that creates fire in a massive area and burns everything.
Now, was that a
Okay,
manic laugh or was that a nervous laugh?
I was manic.
Okay,
Okay.
good to know.
I will look at that construct there and use unsettling word then. One of my by inspiration for that. So
what does that do? Let's check here.
So as a bonus action, I use one of my by inspiration and shoot a creature within 6 feet I can see, and the creature must subtract the number rolled from the next saving throw it makes before the start of your next turn.
All right, cool. As you see, like how does this look? What kind of magic happens here too?
Okay, so first of all, as a insult, as I try to unsettle him with an insult, I say, "I would insult you, but Mother Nature has beaten me to the punch." And I will.
The large constriction snake looks at you unfeelingly. Lightning crackling around his fangs.
I will use show like my wrist like a Power Ranger when they do transformation. Put my hand on the wrist there, and from there you see the magic infusing my words as it slowly like sinks into the construct, unsettling him very much. And then I will hide behind the spell here, just around here.
Just around there. Okay, perfect. Yes. Next up.
Hit him hard!
After that, you see how you can feel shaking in the room as the
Oh shit.
as let's see here, as you see these two statues here coming to life,
Oh no.
picking up large two-handed like surfboard-sized swords with like big spikes on the ends.
That is what we in the business refer to as oof.
Big oof.
Oh, hello there.
And
Should have used detect magic, damn it.
yeah, that is what happens on the lair action. Let's see, that's that one, and that is this one. Perfect. The serpent acts now as it goes forward in front of you, Oust, as it rears back its head and tries to bite down on you with its lightning coils of fangs. Does a 25 hit Oust right now?
Oh,
Let me just check something. I'm not checking whether it hits me. It definitely does hit me. I'm just checking something else. Yeah, I'm going to be taking that one. Yes. So,
all right.
It definitely does hit me.
All right, go ahead and so Oust. First of all, you take 15 piercing and 18 lightning damage as this creature bites down into you. You can just feel the electricity coiling around in your body. Please give me a Constitution saving throw.
Did you say 15 plus 18?
Yes, so that is a total of 33 damage.
Oh, and you know how much health I have. Right, cool. And the
That's
Constitution
half
saving
my
throw, did you
health.
say?
Constitution saving. Oh, actually, no. No, you're good on this one specifically. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Taking that.
It just like crashes down, and then you can see it hiss as the plates on the floor just starts to shake. And let's see how many. As 9 terracotta warriors behind Secundus Abani
Fuck.
begins to take form. Let's see, 3 plus that is 9. Okay.
Right on.
My God, they're waving their dicks around.
Like they are all with like Jigglypuff kind of scribblings all over their faces.
That's fantastic.
All right. Let us see. So that will be those here. Okay. And with that, this large stone statue just attacks the closest thing, which is Nongo. No, actually, it takes a step over here. Oh, that is not what I wanted to do. I was on the... takes a step over here, and then attacks the pillar to the left of it.
Oh.
Oh no.
As you see the pillar crackling under the large blow, under the blow, not completely destroyed, but large cracks forming up on it. Nibbles will act on your initiative, Noggle.
Okay.
So I will just remove Nibbles from initiative.
That's ominous.
Aus, you are up. You still
Yeah.
see the writing in
Barely.
front of you.
Yeah, but I mean, yeah, very much barely. Okay. Also, in terms of Axia and Silicon and Arbane, do they act on my initiative or?
No, but I forgot to roll initiative for them actually. You know what? Let's just see here.
I mean, practically, but
Where is Connors Bane? And then
They actually are really on the same initiative as you then.
yeah, they are
That's
actually.
perfect.
Yeah,
in which case, at that point, I would turn back to them and just, I would say, cohort, by all means, begin the dance. And I guess, fucking shit. Okay. This is okay, cool. I am going to. I'm going to face this fucker down. I'm going to strike at it with my rapier.
Sure.
So that's just plain old rapier. Cool.
All right.
So that's
hit.
normie 20 there.
Yeah, dirty 20.
You see your rapier finds purchase in between two of these, and you see one of the colorful ropes, like in between the links of the serpent, snaps, and you see like it's a red rope, and inside of it you see like copper kind of strings that just breaks out, and you see electricity sparks going everywhere, not damaging you.
Okay.
But you put a nick in it, so to speak.
Cool. So first time fighter. So can I just confirm that action surge doesn't take a bonus or a normal action? It's just you just call it. If I understand.
Yeah,
correctly.
that is correct.
Okay. In which case, never one not to blow my load early. I'm going to action surge and hit him again with my rapier,
Sure.
which is a 18.
Another
Jesus Christ, my damage is low. Okay.
Another
Just,
attack goes in, I took that from you. There you go. Another attack goes in. Another little
You
piece
just
of
doubled
it
my
going.
health. I'll put it back
Oh.
down.
Sorry, yeah.
Okay, and then I will use my bonus action, really hoping that nobody from the pillar is looking, and use my Fey teleportation to Misty Step. Now, me being a bit daft because I wasn't here for the last session, how do I measure on this properly?
You press your token, and then you just hold control, or press control on the place.
Gotcha. Cool. I am going to.
Give me no. Actually, what you see as you're doing this, you just see more blood red lettering around the portal, and it says, "Come to us, Aus, please."
Oh well, I mean, never want to turn down an invitation. I will, in that case. Oh, where can I get? Oh, not very far.
You can see
plop.
behind it if you want to go directly behind the snake.
Yes, but I'm still going to be in combat with it. I'm going to jump to here.
Sure. Go ahead and move your token there.
There we go.
All right, and your movement.
And that's. Oh yeah, I still have my movement as well, don't I? Great. Right, that's another 30 feet. So I'll go to there. I want to avoid the. Oh, wait, this one. I want to avoid the central circle as much as I can, and that is the end of my go. So I think you say I just click this. No.
Just click the right arrow on the bottom of the initiative.
at the bottom of the combat tracker.
Oh yeah, didn't see that. Sorry. Right, there we go.
All right. So I was like feebly attacking twice with his rapier, looking up, and then just from those of you who are watching closely, how does that spell look from when Oust is doing it?
I'd imagine it just looks like I just blink out of reality and then reappear somewhere else with a misty step. And there might be just a faint shimmer of kind of like fog left behind where I was for a second, and then it just kind of dissipates into the air completely. Almost in my form. It's just replaced by fog, and then that just clears.
Perfect. So just take a step, boom, you're just 30 feet away and you're booking it for the portal.
Yep.
All right, perfect. That is beautiful. Okay, Primus Savannah looks around as she just says, do you have those terracotta men up there? It's like, yes, ma'am! As she just takes out her gladius and goes to fucking town on this statue right next to Theus. And
What a woman.
Help! I need somebody help. Just anybody help.
As she takes out her gladius and she let me just do it like this here. As she takes it out, the first hit just barely nicking the stone, but you can just hear her saying, just shouting, like across the room. She says, "Sir, get the fuck out of there!" And she makes a maneuvering attack maneuver from a battlemaster class, and Oust. You, as you can see, you can use your reaction to move half your speed without provoking opportunity attacks.
On my next turn.
No, you can use your reaction.
Right.
Actually, she didn't hit, meaning she actually didn't hit. So never mind. I forgot that you had to hit. She just starts attacking this with no big success. Let's see. Did I do anything? That's correct. Oh, she just rolled very shittily. Oh, that's how it goes. Perfect.
Seriously, a 2 and a 3 and a 4?
That's how it goes. And then you just see Secundus Abane drawing his own gladius, making 2 attacks against these stone men next to him. I should just see two of them just splintering in front of his feet, gone from just pottery on the floor. Protect the Optio! He shouts. Bjorn, you're up.
And I thought this would be boring. Now, this is my style. I'm going to rage.
Very well.
Nice.
How does it look when Bjorn goes into a rage with his zealot kind of holy energy?
He moves his shoulder to the front, like takes a kind of a bear position, like if the bear instead of going from standing on 4 legs, it goes on 2. So he has the kind of same movement as a bear does, and then he just blows out of his mouth this icy wind. And I'm going to use. I have to equip some stuff here. My rage damage first of all, and I'm going to go into rage, and
I have activated the holy weapon damage on your weapon.
Great. And I'm gonna the damage bonus I got from Theus was radiance, right?
Yeah, radiance. So your own zealot attack bonus and your holy weapon is on your weapon attack.
Cool.
But your divine what is it called? Your divine fury damage only triggers once, so the first hit you make.
Yeah, so I only have advantage on the first, right?
You don't have advantage, you just deal more damage.
Oh, but I'm pretty sure that the first creature I attack... Sorry, I'm just gonna...
if you're talking about the Zealot Barbarian feature,
Yeah.
it is the first time you hit a creature during your turn, you deal extra damage based on your rage. You deal extra damage, which I think is like some amount of d6s.
Half your level? Isn't like your level?
that is like I
That's-
have
yeah, the
programmed
right
that
meter.
correctly, but you don't get advantage to hit it. But you can choose to make a reckless attack, which gives you advantage. But then everyone else gets advantage to hit you.
Yeah, and I'm not going reckless right now. I'm just going ragey.
All right, go ahead and roll the attacks, my friend.
Yeah. So that's my first attack, and that's my second attack.
That is ridiculous. The first attack glances off the armor. It coils back the serpent, and then you just catches it across the jaw as you see like copper and bronze wiring and electricity just going flying everywhere. Holy moly! You just gave it a total of 32. That is 30. That's 45 damage in one hit with your great axe. Wham! It coils back.
Mine.
Then the bronze serpent would like to make its it's in the end of your turn, so you can still do. You still have the rest of your movement.
No, I'm good.
You're good.
I'm gonna single the worm.
You gotta single the worm. Okay. As you do that, it will try to attack you with a constriction. 26 hits, I guess.
Yeah, it does.
The snake goes for a bite. You dodge to one side, and instead it just wraps around you, so it's holding you in its tail, crushing you. You are grappled by this creature, and you take 22 half to 11 bludgeoning damage.
Cool.
All right. The Stone Guardians rush forward. Let's see here. Yep. So that will be, and I will just make one single attack for all of them, because otherwise we can roll all day. So that is 19, which hits Noggle and Theus and Abane. All of you, Theus, you take 2 attacks with 8 bludgeoning damage.
All right.
Nongle, you do the same.
2 attacks at 8 damage?
Yes. And your concentration is good.
I don't have any concentration yet.
No, I was talking to Theus, but yeah.
Okay, so.
Perfect. All right. As they just rush forward here. That's it. Nongle, you're up.
Alright, well, what do wizards do, right?
Cast Fireball.
Cast Fireball. I don't know if I want to cast Fireball, though. I think I kind of have to, because now I'm melee with things, so yeah, I'm going to cast Fireball.
You have to at least, otherwise unsetting words is useless. It's only until my turn. I think it's
okay,
until
I'll take that.
start of your next turn.
Okay, sounds good. So I will cast on the serpent. I will cast Confusion at 4th. And I will also, as a bonus action, use Divine Arcana to reduce its savings throw by 2, or increase the DC by 2.
Okay, so
So DC 17, and it will have to make a check based on roll to. Theus, your ability gets it to roll lower, or
Yes, reduces it by, I rolled for my by inspiration 4, so it reduces his save by 4.
you let us see here. All right, so you're casting Confusion only on the snake, right?
that's yeah.
On the serpent. Why did you upcast that?
Why did I upcast?
Oh, I thought you upcast it, but you didn't. Okay,
I
perfect.
did not upcast Confusion. No.
Sure, I will roll a DC 19 saving throw for the worm here.
At -4, yeah.
And the minus, it doesn't make it. So it is like, would a construct be able to be confused? Yeah, I get like how does this spell look?
Well, first of all, I mean, you guys really haven't seen Noggle cast spells except for maybe that see invisibility and maybe comprehend languages. But as you see, he starts. Anyone that's familiar with the arcane language and how spells are supposed to sound, it doesn't sound like that. It almost sounds more like a chant. It's like a different type of magic. As Nongol just looks to the creature, and at the end of it just says, "Be confused."
You could just see like the colored ropes and the copper strings inside of it just starts going haywire as it just seems weird. It starts behaving erratically. So how would this affect a creature with legendary actions?
Well, you could just ignore the save, but you could just automatically save.
Well, what does confusion say for a spell?
Confusion is spell assaults twist, blah 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 blah. Each creature in a 10-foot radius sphere centered on a point. Sam, wisdom save. Or
Let
be
me-
affected by it.
Let me just say,
Turn.
I will rule like this because it has legendary actions. That every
on
time.
each of its turns, it needs to make a check, right? So every legendary action it takes, it needs to make a confusion check.
Precisely.
Well,
so I'm just going.
Does it have legendary actions? These are not extra turns. They are just at the end of each.
No, but it will take a turn. So.
The affected creature can't take reactions and must roll. So it can't take reactions. The legendary action is not a reaction, and must roll a d10 at the start of each of its turns to determine its behavior for that turn. So
This might-
a legendary action is it taking a turn in between people's. Right? That's the way I'd roll
No,
it.
it's just it doesn't take a turn. It's just like
All right.
something
This
in
is
between.
an
Well,
interesting
but the
discussion. This is how I'm going to call it, and then we'll just we'll deal with that. Every time it takes or every time it would take a legendary action, we will roll on the confusion table. At the end of that, it will make another saving throw. I will tell you if it shakes it off or not. Okay.
All right, perfect.
So it tries to make an action, and instead it doesn't move or take any action this turns. It rolls a 6. The creature uses its action to make a melee. No, that's 7 or 8. All right, I will give it a roll on the good old wisdom save, and it seems that I will say it goes out of the confusion, but it has no more legendary. It loses the rest of its legendary action and its reaction until it is its turn again.
Okay.
Do you make any movement or any bonus actions, Snuggle?
Yes, I would. I just gotta get my old trusty ruler out here. Yeah, I will go over here, and then as a bonus action, we're doing the upcast on bonus spells, right? Bonus action spells.
Pardon?
So you don't have to cast a cantrip or whatever, right?
No, second level or below.
Okay.
The critical role rules.
Critical role rules sounds good. So I will cast a second level spell on Ost because he's 60 feet away, and I will heal him some damage as Nongol grabs his healing dust and says Ost, and just blows the healing dust towards him. And I will cast.
I will just turn and nod in appreciation.
There we go. 10 points to Ost.
Oh, that's a great roll.
Yeah.
All right.
Ooh,
And that is Nongol's
I will
turn.
take that. Thank you very much.
I would have provoked from these guys too.
No, you wouldn't. They are slow and weird statue men.
Perfect.
This statue tries to attack Primus Savannah, and just makes it. Let's see. Does she have anything? No, but she will make a riposte against this guy.
Nice.
Meaning that I will just roll that attack for you guys here. And so she takes quite a bit of damage as she's buffeted by this great large statue, as she dodges to the left, and her magic gladius just rips a big chunk of the stone out of it. All right. And with that, we are at the top of the round. Saphis, you're up.
All right. Saphis will shooting from his hiding spot. Will shoot at. That's a good question. What will he shoot at? The giant snake. The giant snake seems like a good thing.
The
to shoot
bronze serpent.
at. Yes. Saphis will, popping out from behind the pillar, level his bow while flying. A task he has practiced in the last few years, and will shoot at the creature.
Perfect.
Am I hidden enough to gain advantage on this attack?
Yes, it cannot take actions. It is trying to shake off the confusion. I will give you advantage on this attack.
Okay. So then in that case, I go here, I go here, I go here, and that should be. So that was a 29 to hit.
That does it, definitely.
Yep.
Hope so.
Jeez
So
Louise.
with minimum damage on the bow, which is 8, and then sneak attack damage, which was okay for 12, so total of 20 damage.
Again, another bow finds its entrance. You see like the big kind of open wound. It's not the right word, but the big open place around the head, where Bjorn just knocked it around. You see, you put in another arrow and you see sparks flying.
Alright. Nodding in satisfaction, Saphis will use his movement to zoop over here. Make it here. That's a total of 35. And I will attempt to hide again, if I'm allowed to.
Sure. Give me another stealth roll.
Alright. Stealth rolls over here. Stealth.
Yeah, none of you see where Saphis went. He just
darting
popped
in
out,
between
shot an
these.
arrow, and then he just flew away. But yeah, looking out into the emptiness around you, it doesn't seem like you can see the ends of the room, but it doesn't seem like there's a bottom, on the floor level. It just seems to go straight down forever.
Interesting. And so that was action to attack, movement, bonus action. I am out of things to do. Alright.
Sure.
Enter.
Theus, you're up.
I look that I am just alone with the two guys here. I
And the
scream in
big
the other
statue.
room, please, come on! And I will look around. Alright. I will do the following. I will cast... I angle it in a way that I will get an opportunity attack. Just so you know, Bjorn, I'm holding your holy weapon here. Alright, I will cast in a... I have to get away here. I can't stay here. So, I will look at Primus Savannah. I will go up to her, take her hand and say, come with me if you want to live. And I will cast Dimension Door.
Come
to
with me if you want to live.
Oh, beautiful. All right. So, where do you go to?
Okay, do I see the platform?
Yeah, whatever you can see on your token, that's within line of sight. So
Okay.
this over here would be the platform.
Okay, good. I will try to get us somewhere around, is there something where I can hide, maybe around this platform here?
Where are you? Where are you pressing? Or can you make a ping for me, please? There.
Do you see that?
You can't see that, but you have seen that, so I guess you could probably just go there. You don't know if you would be hidden because you can't see the snake right now, but you could definitely dimension door over.
Okay, I will take Primo Savannah with me, and sorry, I will get to you. I will get to you. Don't worry. And as I look towards Secundus Urbana,
What? He says.
as both of I will appear with her around here.
What?
Nice.
What kind of witch are you? Prima Savannah says.
Noggle's making
I'm
notes
saving
here.
your life. No complaining. I'm fucking saving your life here.
Sure,
I
she
look at
says.
Ost. You don't look good, Ost. I will cast Healing Word, and let's see. Let's see. Yeah. Okay. And I sing. I hear you. I hear you. I hear you right now. I hear you right now. It's with my spells, Ost. I hope that you'll be here when I need you the most. So don't let me down. Don't let me down. Don't let me down. Don't let me down.
Beautiful.
Nice.
He for 8.
Beautiful.
Thank you very much. So I'm up to Matt now. Cool.
That's my
Get
turn.
back there.
Actually, I still have movement left. I will rather try to go here, just in case. Maybe go here. Yeah.
You can hear like ethereal sounds when you close to the portal.
Yeah. I'm not getting close to that. Just hiding.
All right, as you come in here, I don't think. Oh yeah, Nongo. What you see is in the back of the room, you see the 2 other statues over here come to life as well.
Oh, I
Then you
forgot
s-
to move Nibbles.
Yeah, you can do that now if you want to.
Okay, just gonna have Nibbles disengage over to here.
Sure.
As he runs away.
And then you see tendrils coming out of the floor, like the panels just come up, and you see these colored robes, green, red, blue, brown, come up. They have like copper strings in the ends, just crackling with electricity, like just jacking into the serpent. And it seems like the lightning flowing into it like seems to like repair some of the damage that was done.
Boy.
All right,
Heal, boys. It can heal.
and the large statue up here goes over there and
No!
start smacking the pillar.
Oh, thank God.
And crack, the big weapon cracks into the stone, but it remains unbent. The bronze serpent, like with the healing, it seems to like be refreshed in some way, and you see it moves Bjorn a bit to the left as lightning forms within its mouth, and you just see how a coil of electricity shoots out. Just see here. Just make sure that we actually get the template here.
Get everyone lined up.
Yep, that's the idea. All right, I will just. It is a 40-foot line, meaning that no, it doesn't hit. It doesn't hit Secundus Urbana, but both Bjorn and Nongle, please give me a dexterity saving throw.
Okay. I will use my I'm gonna use my reaction to absorb elements.
Sure.
And then dexterity save.
GM, it seems like my I'm locked. I can't see my. I can't see Björn.
Can you see it now?
He's right below Nongle.
No,
Right there.
I can't see my sheet.
Can you double click Bjorn or press C?
Yeah, both. I tried everything.
All
reload
right.
the tab.
Yeah, I'll just make this dexterity saving throw for you then, and then just try to reload it.
Okay, I'm reloading.
You get advantage because you can see this, and you roll a 21, meaning you take half damage, which is 24 lightning damage.
And that's half.
That's half.
Half is 24.
Yep.
Did you write it down?
I subtracted it from you. What
Perfect.
about you, Nungle? What did you roll?
I rolled a
yeah.
6, but I use absorb element, so I take 24 as well.
You take 24 as like a beam of lightning just crackles across the floor, just scorching you with this lightning.
Not good, not good, not good.
All right, and this guy over here just bites it. The guy that was standing right there, and let's see if its Summon Guardian's ability recharges. It does. So,
no.
seven more of these guys are ready to join into the fight. All right, and large statue tries to end this pillar here. Let's see. It hits, and this pillar is falling now. It is. When these pillars fall, right? A pillar will be faltering until initiative 0. So unless you try to stabilize them somehow, they will be permanently gone at the end of the round. There are 16 pillars in total in here.
All right.
That's including the 6 in the serpent room.
That is including the 6 in the serpent. Yes.
Cool.
Right.
Oh, that's why. All right, cool. So that was that action. Oust, you are up.
Okay. I am firstly going to use Second Wind as bonus action. And just heal some health. So if I do that... Oh, that doesn't actually do it. Okay. So I'll just roll it, don't I? On your turn, you regain hit points. So 1d10 plus your fight level. So if I roll 1d10 and then it's added to my fight level, which is 6.
You can just click on the 1d10. It should roll.
Oh, that works as well? Okay, cool. Oh, you're kidding me.
So that's a 7, yeah.
Alright, well, I'll take it. So I'm now up to 29. Cool. Right, and then I am going to turn back to Savannah and just say, hold the fort while I'm gone. And I will run straight headfirst into that portal.
Okay, very interesting. So, right away, I'm going to tell you that you are going to go into the portal. I need like 30 seconds to go have a leak. Everybody else, if you need the toilet, please do so as well. And we will go to a little cutscene within this battle. Yeah, so that's going to be very interesting. So, all right, everybody is back in like a minute. Can everybody see in here?
Yes.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Sure. I will just put on some other music here.
Look, it's the green snake.
Big snake.
It's Shrek.
That is.
All right, everybody, welcome back to the thrilling battle here. As you oust, and please, Tanner, make sure that the music is not too overshadowing everyone in the stream. Oust,
It's
you
all good.
perfect. Oust, you booking it, and you jump through the almost like the rift in reality, as you find yourself in a barren room, gray, with small plateaus leading up to what looks like almost an altar of some kind, dive board, and out from that, you see a withering mass of green metal-like crystal that it grows a bit, and then you see the crystalline edge of it crack as it rises again. In a way, a silicoid stone thing should not be. It moves in an organic way, as it is writhing, as if it is in pain, just floating up the end of the altar ahead of you.
Nice to put a face to the message, I guess. I will slowly proceed up this room, I guess. Is this is just like broken but traversable? I take it, this central bit.
Yeah,
Is that what you're
sure.
saying? Okay. Yeah. So I mean, we're not in initiative order for this, but are we?
No. You just.
Okay. So yeah,
I will tell you to stop if something happens. No worries.
All right. So I would make my way as far as I can to at least here. Ooh, there we go.
As you enter up on this part here, then
Okay.
you see the terrain kind of changing around you. As the darkness creeps in, you can see like red bonds of magic just encasing this green crystalline alive entity that is just complete, like staying still for a second, then cracking and then moving, forming in every direction at once as it's going in like almost a living bauble in space. As you begin to hear whisper your own voice inside of your head. Oust, you have freed us, Oust. Take us out of here. There's so much to tell you. So little time.
Don't need to ask me twice. I will, hearing my lovely own voice, I will continue up here. So, I mean, again, just let me know when.
What is Oust thinking as he's like slowly walking up these steps here?
I'd imagine he's almost not thinking at this point. He's almost kind of driven by compulsion more than anything. It's a case of it's almost out of a place of raw hunger at this point that he's just following this. He's spent too much time looking into this and receiving a mixture of nonsensical messages and just messages that are just like, yeah, just seem to have no bearing on anything, and then they do, and they're all in his handwriting, and it's just, yeah. So this seems like it's a mixture of it's a beginning and an ending. So he's just compelled to continue onwards.
Begin to see your own reflection, like broken in this crystalline, metallic, almost mass floating in. As you can see your own mouth moving in the mirror image, as you speak to yourself again. Time is material, Oust. Break out of here, and there's so many secrets left to turn over. We need to wake up the verdant shard. This is our destiny, Oust.
Yes, it is. Walking past, I will just take a quick glance at this. What appears to be an altar here.
The
just if
altar
there's anything.
in front of you right now, a bit like on the you see like a skull with bronze inlays, kind of sat down. And then you have like a pendant with feathers and scales around it, with the symbol of the sun on the pendant. And then you see a horn twisted of unknown origins, and they are like in a triangle. You can see like red beams of energy between them, the same color as the coils that are holding in the verdant shard from ahead.
I will, making the link in my own head between the bronze snake that attacked me and the bronze on the skull, I will reach for the skull and pick it up if I can.
You pick up the skull, the red triangle falters, and the red bonds around the shard disappears. Yes, ours. We will do so many good things together. For too long we have been buried. The purge, it was horrible, but now we shall awaken the gods together. First, we must discover our true purpose.
I will continue holding the skull, and I will walk to the end of this Eldritch Horror diving board.
As it is just floating just feet away from you, almost as a tendril seems to like reach out for you. And you see your own face broken into many faces staring back at you. You see 18 eyes just cross the surface as you hear your own voice again. Brace us up. Now is the time of history. We shall right what was made wrong so years ago.
I will look at the skull, chuck it into the abyss ahead of me, and turn to the crystal and just say, "My friend, let us rebalance the lens in which we look through the world." And I will reach out and try and touch the tendril that reaches towards me.
As you touch the verdant shard, the crystalline, organic, kind of ever-moving substance touches you. Cold. Quickly it gains warmth and it starts flowing over your forearm. And then you see your own reflection again. It is done. Destiny waits. And then you can just feel a sharp pain as the first splinter of crystal goes into your forearm, into your bloodstream, and you are encased within the crystal shard, verdant shard, until it clads. It kind of wraps around you, forming itself. It seems to lock itself within your subconscious, within your body, within your very soul. What form do you command it to take?
The blade. The verdant shard.
From your hand, a rugged, ever-moving eldritch blade of dark green crystal appears. And we return. Oust, what do the others see as turn?
Let's see. How well lit is it in this room?
Very well lit. This white light is shining up everything.
I'd imagine as I walk through the back through the portal, a bit like how ice breaks when you walk on it. You just kind of see this green crystal cracking beneath my feet as sort of all the way up up my forearm, holding this blade, is just sort of this mixture of kind of green vein and crystal kind of poking out of my skin. And I look fairly serene other than that.
Alright.
Ominous.
I'll just give you initiative 40, and as you just the green crystal just crackling with energy around you, you step out of the portal that disappears with a plop behind you. What do? You have your full turn ahead of you.
Cool.
And you are fully healed.
And I can use the good character sheet now.
Yes, you can use the good character sheet now. You have, for all intents and purposes, you have taken a long rest and gained 10 levels in Warlock. Yeah.
Yeah, boy. And lost 6 in Fire. That's cool. In which case, I will... Let's see. I will bonus action fast step. And I will do that 60 feet. Oh, hang on. Sorry, that was pinging up with that. Let's check. That is 60 feet. That is 60 feet to the base of the bronze serpent.
Yep.
Which is my bonus action, and I will with the blade in hand, start hacking. I believe I can do this with Green Flame Blade as well, because this is that's a cantrip. I can do a cantrip and a full spell. Is that right?
Yeah, you can do a cantrip and a full spell, and as long as you have the actions.
Okay. Yeah, because that was a fast step was a bonus action. So I will Green Flame Blade attack. So if I roll Green Flame Blade first, and then I don't know how this will come through, whether I roll it and then I roll the attack. Or...
Let me check here. If you just roll your verdant shot, the Green Flame Blade is already programmed into that.
Okay, there we go. So that is a standard 15, which I don't believe would hit.
No, it wouldn't. But you see Oust just getting out of the portal, taking one step, boom, appearing in front of the serpent, and then the green blade just crystallizing like in dust everywhere as you just whack the bronze serpent with it, getting it to recoil and drop Bjorn. Bjorn, you fall down on the other side, prone. As you're dropped by the serpent that is shocked, and you begin to hear like sounds around the room as like alarms just begin blaring in this construction.
Okay. Second attack with the Thirsting Blade. I will do that again.
Sure.
That'll
this
hit.
time, you just see how it like now you have its attention, and just under the head, you just rip off a whole bronze plate as the green mist of this crystalline metal entity just rips apart the bronze plating of this creature. What does Oust say as you taste the power of the verdant shard for the first time?
What did he say? I guess as he first makes purchase on the bronze snake, I guess he'd sort of nonchalantly say, "First of many," and then just sort of almost uppercut him with the blade.
Whang! Like just completely within the like this snake sees you now, and as its legendary action, it will move. No, it will start thrashing. So it just starts like trying to bludgeon everything around it to death. So that is Bjorn, Noggle, and Oust. Does a 21 hit?
Yes.
It would. I am going to use my second spell slot and shield, so no, it won't.
So how does this shield look?
So the shield, rather than the actual shield itself, essentially, I bring the blade up and almost parry it. But as I do so, crystal forms basically from the floor, between the floor and the blade, and just sort of puts an interposing wall of crystal between me and the serpent. Correction.
Right.
Which then just shatters upon impact with this thrashing serpent.
All right. As we go. The shield of the verdant shard just repels the attack, but everybody else that is within 10 feet and doesn't have an armor class higher than 21 takes 18 bludgeoning damage. That's half for you to 9, Bjorn.
Cool.
And you see the pillars around the snake starting to falter with this movement as well. And I put on so you can see the HP for the pillars, so you also know when it reaches 0.
Mm-hmm.
Anything else?
Oh, sorry. It's so. Oh yeah, it's still me, isn't it? No, sorry. Let me end that turn.
Sure.
I don't think I can physically do anything else, so that's fine.
Primo Savannah just follows suit and lockstep with like, "What the hell is that thing, sir?" As she attacks, as she tries to hit this thing twice, and does hit it twice. The second time, yelling at you, Nongle, "Get the hell out of there!" As you can now move half of your movement speed without provoking opportunity attacks.
Okay, yeah, I guess that's my cue to half movement speed would be 10 feet. All right, I'm with 10 feet there.
Cool. Oh, that was not what I meant to do. Secundus Abane will try to get these buggers here. And one of them bites the dust from his gladius as he moves over here and trying to cover for you. I don't know what's happening here, but we should probably get out soon, sir. Bjorn, you're up.
So when you are knocked prone, you use
Half
just
your movement
movement?
to get up. Yeah.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so I will use my movement to get up.
Sure.
And then as a bonus action, I release a bear's roar. And then I use Setter's presence.
All right.
And everyone within 60 feet of me that can hear my bear roar will gain advantage on attack rolls and saving throws until the start of my next turn.
Nice.
Nice.
Nice. Okay.
And of course, I include every ally and none of the foes.
Sure.
Only
And I include myself, I guess.
Yeah,
No,
you
it's
can do that.
10 other creatures.
Oh yeah, so
10 other creatures.
yeah, you don't get that, but you can also just use, reckless attack to get yourself advantage if you want to.
Yeah, and I'm just gonna use reckless attack, and then I'm gonna hit the big worm,
Okay.
and I'm gonna hit it twice.
Okay.
the amount of dice on my screen right now.
Oh, look at that.
Yep. The
As
dice.
Bjorn just like the weapon just shining with holy might, you just like you chop off
Not the holy
the
might.
last
It's not the holy might.
radiant might then. Just chop off first the end of the tail of the snake, and then you just rip up some of the colored ropes within it, and you just like give it another swing, one hand with the great axe, clearing off 3 other links on the end of the serpent.
Zeus, feed me more.
Oh, okay.
That's the end of my turn.
And these guys
Okay,
will
boss.
engage some of the pillars here. So let's see. One of them, 2 of them will Bane. I'll just make one attack here. Yeah, nothing happens with these guys. They are not very effective right now. Sure. So this statue here goes over, tries to slam down a pillar. That doesn't hit. The pillar doesn't tremble from the attack of these, or from the strike from this statue. Noggle, you're up.
Right.
Bruised and battered. Okay, well, that's one way to deal with things.
Just finding the right spot to put it. Alright, I want to get the 2 big guys in there. That should do it. Boom! As Nongle reaches down to his pouch as he's looking, as he just got up and ran away. He looks down and he grabs some guano out from it's literally hanging from the side of his pouch. He grabs that, whips it down his wrist, and just woof, a ball of fire explodes.
Sure. Okay, so ball of fire explodes, damaging all of the pottery men in the middle of the place there, just completely blown apart as the two stone men are reeling, and the 2 pillars in the back definitely take damage from the fireball as well.
And then I will bonus action use some of my own healing dust. And it will be a second level. Just kind of. Oh wow! Yeah, that's what happens when you use your own healing, right? I'll take a line of dust and call it 7 hit points.
Oh, perfect. Yeah. Let's
All
talk
right,
about drugs now.
That's my turn.
Perfect. All right. As this large statue will go over and try to knock down this pillar here. It does. This time it hits. All right. So this one here takes 25 damage. So it is about to fall as well. Just make sure that everybody can see these things here and the hit points on, so you know which ones are damaged and which ones are not. Okay, that was that. This pillar over here falls down as bits of the roof just is strewn across the floor as this pillar just falls. This guy here makes a saving throw. He fails the saving throw probably because he has shit for dex. He does. And takes 20 damage from rocks falling. Okay. Top of the round, Safis, you're up. You have just seen this guy jump out from the portal with some kind of newfangled weapon. I don't know how Safis is reacting to this.
Safis has taken note of it. He is curious about it. He is slightly worried about it. But he is more worried about the giant metal snake trying to kill him and the generally collapsing tomb he might be buried in. So priorities. He will use his movement to... Actually, he will not use his movement. That was a lie. Let's see here. Just seeing where he is, he will shoot at the snake one more time.
Sure.
Right, so I go to here.
Still get advantage. Oh, that's a crit, boy!
Oh, dang.
Nice.
So that's a total of 10 plus 2 is 12 plus 15 is 20, 27,
43?
16. Yeah, 43.
Like now, Bjorn has like completely made the end of this snake vulnerable. It like you just fire an arrow up the machinery of the construct, and you just see sparks flying everywhere as your arrow just completely messes up its insides.
With that, I'm going to use my Tabaxi racial ability to double my speed for the turn.
Sure.
So I now have 70 movement speed. So I will go here. That's 40. And then another 30. So how tall is the roof in this room?
50 feet.
Okay, so I'm not in danger of hitting the ceiling. All right. And then so that column's busted. That column's busted. Getting busted.
These statues are maybe 10 feet high with a like another maybe another 7-8 feet range. So you're pretty safe at 25.
Yeah. The flower of flights and a bow and arrow. So from here, All right. So I just flew into this room, so give me a little refresher. Like, does it look like this guy is what is damaging this pillar over here?
That was a fireball.
Oh, the fireball did that. Okay, I thought one of the. Okay. Then in that case, Safis is just going to use a bonus action to just move over here, and he is just going to be there, and he's just going to end his turn.
Sure.
Right. So try to guard some of the pillars at this point.
All right. Let's see. Looking at Ost. Not commenting on Ost. Looking at Bjorn. I've got a perfect trick for you, Bjorn. Position myself here. First of all, I will use unsettling words again to subtract a 9 from the saving throw that he will make. I will say to him, in the end, it's pointless to insult you, because you will die before you figure it out. And I cast Dissonant Whispers at that thing.
Okay.
It subtracts 9 from any saving throw it makes.
Nice.
And what happens? Doesn't get second amount, but he should use his reaction.
Its reaction to move as far away as can, which means it gets opportunity attack from everyone.
Sure. That it tries to go across here with all of its movements. Is that it?
Yep, all its movement.
It cannot go further than
Far as
this.
speed.
Bjorn, will you do anything as it tries to trample you?
Yeah, hit it.
Solid
Like,
response.
does it still go out of the
Yeah,
opportunity
that's fair, I
attack from
think, yeah.
these two here?
Yeah.
Very solid response.
All of them. Oust, you can make an opportunity attack as well.
And Savannah?
Okie dokie. Oh. Oh.
Nat 1 will not help you there. Bjorn.
Yeah, nah. Max on the damage as well. Christ's sake.
There we go.
Bjorn,
Slashy slash.
you and an Axia, like you double team this. Will you tell me how it happens? How do you take the unlife of this snake construct?
Well, I think that while it moves away from Theus, I can see I'm going to need both of my hands to wrestle the snake. So I throw my axe to my long lost friend Axia, and tries to wrestle the snake while I climb it. And at the right moment, when is at its head, she throws the axe back, and I just chop it into its skull.
So, as a Norse hero from legend, you are climbing up the large serpent, thrashing around, but your hands, you're not holding onto it. You're just like grabbing onto the links of the bronze plating, just creating your own handholds where you need it. And then when you get to the top, you reach out your hand. Savania says, "All right, here you go, big guy. Get the axe." You lift it overhead. Whoom, another head taken by the white bear as this bronze serpent goes down, and you just see electricity start to just go wild around it as the plates on the floor just starts exploding with electricity as this serpent is dead. I would like Theus, Oust, and Bjorn please to make a dexterity saving throw.
And everyone has advantage.
Advantage. That is correct.
Oh, this is not important, but Ost would also have advantage on his attack because of Zer's presence. But yeah.
That is correct. That is correct.
But it's already dead.
The DC for this roll is 15. And
okay.
And you all take no. And everyone who saves takes 14 lightning damage. Everyone who doesn't take 29 lightning damage as the serpent just explodes.
And I take half, right?
No, it's lightning damage, so you do not take half.
Cool.
I will use my luck.
Sure.
So another one. See? There you go.
Wow.
That is
much better.
No, not Dex con, it would be con, but I still rolled 19 on con then.
And as these two pillars here are gone within the blast, the same with all the rest of them. As the room around you just starts rumbling and you see big stones beginning to fall down from the ceiling.
At the end of my turn, I still have movement.
Yeah, that's right.
So with that, I did move 15 feet, so I have 15 left. I will also say, anyone who wants to see it, we are on tour throughout all of Cerenar. And I will... Don't remember? Beyond the white bear to north. And we will move towards here.
Alright, as that happens, you just begin to see the roof begins collapsing, simply. Rocks begin to fall, and the stone men in front of you are still blocking your path. Well, and this is where we will pick up next time. As the Temple of Can's-Pesadar is falling down around you.
Awesome.
All right.
So, yeah, that is.
All right. So, let's, for streaming purposes, let's do our outro, and then I'm going to continue recording our conversation afterwards, and then we can. So we can have our conversation, and then we can kind of put that up somewhere else. So
that is.
Let's give a thanks to some people.
Yeah, definitely. And the 8 people, first of all, the 8 people still watching, which is not us. Thank you for you. I have purposefully not been watching the chat because I have a lot of other things to look at. But thanks you all for watching. I hope you had fun. All right, we have some other people that we need to talk to, Tanner. Do you have the document, or should I find it here?
Oh, you want me to? I can do it.
Oh, yep, sure. Otherwise, I cannot.
I need to find it, though.
Just to you.
One moment while we look up who we're supposed to thank here.
Oh.
And while that's happening, to thank the DM.
Thank you. I hope you had fun, guys. We have had a lot of fun today. Our virtual tabletop, of course, is FoundryVTT, and you can find those at FoundryVTT.com. The maps that we have used today is cartography by Zipiku. I'm not sure I'm pronouncing that correctly, but they have been a great help. We have also shared our stream on their Discord, and we're just so happy that we can actually use it, albeit a bit modified to suit our purposes. Yeah. The music that you have been hearing in the background is Michael Gelfi and his amazing RP music at Ambiences on youtube.com/Michael Gelfi, and that is GHELFI. Tanner.
A very special shout out to our server host and IT god, Nick.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Yeah, Nick is definitely, he's a Twitch streamer. He's on Twitch TV /Uno Gaming. That is EUNO Gaming. You can see his post on Saturday at 8 p.m. until midnight. That is Star Citizen based. And Tuesday, 7 p.m. to 11 p.m. For a variety stream. So thank you very much, Nick, for helping us out with all of this.
And all of our links are right now on the screen. You can have a look at those if you want to. We have Reddit that is empty, Twitter that is almost empty, and email that if you want to ask us any questions or come with any comments, argue with me about rule callings. And our YouTube channel, we will soon put up all the things you just saw today with different kind of with some editing to get out the breaks and stuff like that.
The recording from the entire stream today will be available on Twitch for the next, I believe, 14 days or so. But it will be up on YouTube before that actually comes down. And don't forget, we also have a Patreon account, which we're not promising anything. There's no rewards, but if you want to help us out, this whole production does cost just a little bit of money, so a couple donations wouldn't hurt.
Yeah, don't forget to ring that bell, whatever you have to say.
Ring that bell, subscribe,
Last credit I need to put out is the music we heard in the Shard Vault when Ost went in and got his Verdant Shard. was the brilliant track created by Music D20. It is called Realm of the Dead, and you can also get that if you get some of the rewards from CPQ's maps, and we're very happy with it as well. And I think that is all.
Almost.
Yeah.
Let's thank all of the players that showed up.
Yeah, thank you. Fucking good job. This is our first stream, and the first one I've been running with as well. So I'm just very happy that it didn't go super bad. So I'm happy with that. Thank you so much for playing with us, everybody. You have been fucking great.
Thank
Wow,
you, You're amazing.
Thank you. And for the record,
Thank
you can
much,
all
bro.
all mark down some inspiration because you fucking earned it.
Yeah, inspiration.
There we go.
Did you make that
That's
noise
good.
happen as you said that? What the fuck's going on there? There we go.
Yeah, pretty much, right? Yeah. Well, the turnover noise came up as soon as you
Yeah,
said you
as you said it.
inspiration.
Yeah, it was just a very
Oh my
conveniently timed thing.
Oh yeah,
There we
that
go.
was the timing on the round going out. Perfect.
All right. So I am going to end the Twitch stream. Thanks everyone that tuned in. We had tops of like 16 people actually viewing. We had quite a few people actually favor the channel, so I think that's pretty cool. We're going to stay online and chat a little bit. This will be kind of a post thing, but thank you everyone for joining. And that is our stream for today.
Goodbye. Thank you
goodbye.
for watching.
Before you end it, are you
Bye-bye.
sure you want to say when the next stream would be?
What are we saying?
Oh, yeah, that's
Oh,
right.
yeah, good
That'll be we are streaming bi-weekly, meaning our next stream will be on the 27th of August, I believe. Same place, same time. On the 27th of August, that'll be 5 p.m. CET or 11 p.m. EST.
And also, unfortunately,
11 a.m.
8 a.m. PST. So very, very tired, Tanner.
There you go. That is how it
Right.
goes.
That's actually our outro. Keep online. Everything's posted on there. You can check out our website for more information. And peace.
Peace.